preach, shining wisdom's light, teaching soul tribe how to see through the night. Ancient scriptures and bloodlines she knows, spreading truth wherever she goes. Soul tribe rising, hear her call, raising vibrations for one and all. Dr. Kia shows the way to a brighter, freer day. Through her channel, knowledge flows, breaking chains that hold us close, teaching paths to abundance and wealth, guiding others to free themselves. Soul tribe rising, hear her call, raising vibrations for one and all. Dr. Kia shows the way to a brighter, freer day. From currencies to investments divine, she's helping her tribe to realign with wisdom, ancient and new, showing what we all can do. Soul tribe rising, hear her call, raising vibrations for one and all. Dr. Kia shows the way to a brighter, freer day. Soul tribe rising, hear her call, raising vibrations for one and all. Dr. Kia lights the way to a new and brighter day.
Good evening, family. Come in the room. I'm so happy to see everybody tonight. We have about 175 people in the chat. Please hit the like button as you enter the room. I'm so happy that everybody's here tonight. I know it's late, so we will do our best not to be on long. I want to get on the camera in just a few minutes. I see so many people here. Hello. California's in the house. Victorville, I see you. Yes, ready for these vibrations to be lifted. Who is this? Middle Pennsylvania. Good evening. Welcome, everybody. Let me get on camera in just a few minutes. Listen, I know you all have seen the silver and gold prices go down, but while some people are panicking, I'm actually very, very excited. Hello, Hawaii. And I see Michigan's in the house. Brother Tony Hood has been with us for a very long time. Thank you. Welcome. I see you, Sister Crystal. I see you all. Come on in. Oh, my goodness. Hello, everybody. Good evening. 207 people in the chat. Come on in the room. Check in, everybody. Aloha. Aloha. Minnesota's in the house. Hi, Queen 99. Hello, Sister Theola. It's good to see you. Back to Nature is in the house. Greetings to you. Brother Leroy's here. What is this room about, may I ask? We'll tell you in a minute. Oh, hello, Arizona. Yes, Mama Key is in the house. Welcome. Good evening, everybody. North Carolina's in the house. Keep checking in. I am very well. I am very well. Family, in case you missed it, I was on Orisha Stone show last night. Very fine gentleman, and I was there with, let me see, did I lose you all? I was there with a lot of different women. It was a matriarch Monday on yesterday evening. We had a phenomenal show talking about not femininity, but the divine feminine and divine masculine working together. We talked about economics, geopolitics. I mean, some of everything. I will have him on my show on, I believe it's next Monday, sometimes next week. But it was such a beautiful show. And the reason why I'm mentioning him is because he is a friend of Chief Rod Hayes, and he's had me on his show twice. He's a part of the Soul Tribe, and I'm going to show you the show that we did on yesterday. But he creates stones. He makes jewelry out of stones and precious metals, gold, silver, copper, all type of things. So I want to show you what he gifted me. Look at this. Beautiful. I hope you can see this. Can you see that? This is a goddess here. I'm going to bring him on a show because, metals raise our vibrations. Metals is not just money. They are not just money. Silver, gold, copper. Copper even has historically been used as a money. But you're talking about metals that literally raise your vibrations. They have medicinal properties when you wear them or you just keep them around you. I remember in my younger days hearing the older people say that their doctors actually told them to have copper bracelets and copper braces over their knees and their on their wrists in order to heal them from joint pain. Do you remember that? And I remember our grandparents drinking out of copper cups. And I remember we had real silverware, real goldware. Do y'all remember that? It wasn't that long ago. Not only did you have special china, but we always had silver pitchers, and like the good stuff. And we ate off of it every day. It wasn't even like, oh, this is a special occasion. You just ate off of real silver and copper utensils. So this here, I want to show this off. I hope you can see it. It's so, so beautiful. On the back, this is actually 24 karat gold. And look at these stones. See that turquoise here? And of course, I feel just like a goddess and regal wearing this. I'm going to bring him on the show so that you all can see some of the work that he does. His name is Orisha Stone. And he gifted this to me and he sent me a card. Shout out to Brother Orisha Stone. The goddess that's on here is Nefertari. I guess maybe she's a queen. Nefertari, that's 24 karat gold, gilt over 1 ounces. Real gold, okay? It's over. So this is actually over a coin. It's beautiful. I heard turquoise was a powerful stone. It's turquoise, citrine, and hematite. And it's just beautiful. Yes, a medallion, right? So I told him I was so elated. Like I've never received something like this. I'm grateful for all the gifts that I've received throughout my lifetime, but I've never had anything like a real medallion, and it represents me, right? Oh my God. I was just so honored, family. I'm going to bring him on the show. And what's interesting, oh wow, I even have, this is so beautiful. I even have like a special message on the back. And then you have the goddess on the front. I'm elated, I'm honored. And what was interesting, Oh, thank you. Somebody said this piece is amazing, just like I am. That was so sweet. When I picked it up, where I had to deliver it from, my grandchildren were with me. You all know I have several, about six grandchildren, but two of them that I am homeschooling. So they were with me. And my grandson, he studies stones, he and crystal. So he knew immediately what he was like. Oh, that's citrine, and that's what he say, hematite. I was like, what is that? What? I never heard of hematite. And it was like, oh yeah, Granny, this turquoise. My grandson says, I know you like lapis lazuli, and there was another light blue one that looks like this, right? And he said, oh, Granny, he knows you. He got you spot on. So I'm going to bring him on the show, family, so you all can meet Brother Orisha Stone. I think when you wear something, or I know when you wear something that's this beautiful, made of gold and copper, and this high vibrational, that it does something for you. Just the joy of receiving it raised my vibrations, but actually wearing it, of course, I feel regal. And I honestly know that gold and silver are more than just money. And why do they call it precious stones? Because the stones have properties too. And in my very strong opinion, this is one of the reasons of many that we were taken off the gold and silver standard. Not just because it was money, but because of what it represents. Don't you remember in 2020 what they called COVID? They called it Corona, as in crown. Corona literally means crown, as in gold. And I say this all the time, as in your crown chakra was being, is the period where your crown chakra would be activated, as in we were reaching the golden era. And when you know that Corona means crown, and you put all the pieces of the puzzle together, and you know it's a banking term as well, then you know that literally the people in power realized we were moving into a whole different era, the golden age, the era of awakening, the time of awakening. So they were really panicking, the people in power. And so what they do, they stage another reset, which we've had, excuse me, we probably had about 7 resets where humanity was actually reduced. Thank you so much. Somebody just sent me a Cash App blessing. Thank you. Who is that? I have to shout you. I just happened to look down the phone. Oh my God, Brother James. James Shahid. Today he says, thank you. God bless you. Having a smile on you. Wow, I'm so honored. I'm so honored. Um, in my opinion, they took us off the gold standard because of what gold represents. But what I was saying was during COVID, there was a reset. And we've had about 7 historically that we know of where you can call them human beings colluded with other beings outside of the earth plane to do away with as much of the population as they could. They literally had resets where they wiped out humanity. Some say they wiped out all of humanity doing 1 or 2 resets. But COVID was such a thing, a reset, and they got rid of a lot of people. And they're even saying we're at the time period now where we're like 7 years past COVID, somewhere around there, with almost 7 years, that some people might start leaving this earth plane because not only because of COVID, but because of the inoculations they had many people to take. So we're grateful that we're hearing that around April 1st or 2nd, the med beds are supposed to come out. If you all give me a minute, I need to see who this is trying to call me. I hope it's not. Hope it's not an emergency. Just 1 minute. So, family, when you wear certain things, people say, why are you always talking about silver and gold? You can't eat gold. Actually, you can. You can wear it, you can eat it, you can take monoatomic gold, you can take monoatomic copper, monoatomic silver, colloidal gold, colloidal copper, colloidal silver. So not only does wearing it raise your vibrations, but taking it in actually helps keep you from getting viruses. So during the COVID, a lot of people were actually taking colloidal silver. I know I was, because silver is an antibacterial metal. And for those people who don't know it, this year, both silver and copper were added to the United States Geological Surveys, the USGS critical minerals list, meaning we need these critical metals as soon as possible, right away. So that's why I don't understand why the prices dropped so drastically. When I determined in my mind that tonight that I was going to do a podcast, silver was $68 per ounce. Do you know within the last 2 hours, it's now shot up above 70? Silver is $74.96. It's going up. It was just $68 just 2 hours ago. But still, it had reached what, 130 in January, and then it went all the way down to 60 something dollars. What's going on? Y'all tell me what y'all think in the comment section. I see Chief Mack in the house. Good to see you, Chief. We would love to hear from you. What is going on, family? I'm going to get to that in a minute. Listen, here we are with the prices. Still $7.96. It was just 6 local coin dealers to see what was going on. I was like, are people selling or buying? They were like, they're doing both. Some people are selling off, some people are buying, but a lot of people are like, oh my God, silver and gold are going down. Let me hurry up and sell it. Gold, $4,604. In January, it was over $5,500. That's almost $1,000 drop. What's happening? I can tell you that they're saying a whole lot of things. I've spoken to economists, I've spoken to spectators, I've spoken to investors. I'm like, what is going on? I've read articles, I've listened to videos, and I'm like, first of all, why did silver and gold drop so drastically? Because typically during a war, people rush to gold and silver, because gold and silver are a safe haven. They hold their value, they maintain their value, or they go up in value, because silver and gold are wealth. It's not just money, it's wealth. It has healing properties. It keeps you from getting viruses. It raises your vibrational frequencies. Why do you think kings wore gold, silver, and copper? Even in ancient societies, ancient indigenous people all over the world had silver, gold, and copper. We had silver, gold, and copper all over the globe. It was a part of our lifestyle. It was a part of our culture. In fact, some people theorize that the Anunnaki beings came to planet Earth to force the human beings, or prehistoric human beings, they call them the Ajijis, to mine gold, because the Anunnaki needed gold to cure their atmosphere. So Father Anu had children, and allegedly, according to the story, his children, Enki, Enlil, and their daughter, Ninhursag, came here to the original humans, forced them to mine gold for them because they needed it for their planet, Nibiru. The Ajiji, who was supposed to be the prehistoric humans, rebelled and refused to mine gold, so they seeded modern day humans with their genetics. Enki, Enlil, and Ninhursag. Ninhursag, or Nimna, she's female. Enki and Enlil, they're brothers. She was married to one of them and had children by actually both of them. This is the Sumerian text version of how modern day humans were seated on this planet and how they were forced to mine gold. And then allegedly, Enki, Enlil, Ninhursag left them here. One of the brothers called a deluge, a flood, which was one of the resets to get rid of the beings that he made, because when Father Anu and the Galactic Federation heard that they created these beings without the Galactic Council's permission, they got angry with them and said, you can't just go around creating beings and not allow them to ascend now in consciousness, because they have Anunnaki DNA. They're gods. So you just seated them there without our permission, then left them there. So one of the brothers allegedly caused the flood or a deluge. And there are all type of historical books that talk about this. The Bible is one of them. Remember, the God of the Bible even got rid of them. Who you think the God of the Bible was talking about? They call him Elohim, the Elites. We think the Elites are, the Elohim are, let us make man in our own image, is what the scripture says. Who's us? People say Father, Son, and Holy Spirit. But if you read the Sumerian text and other ancient texts, you'll say maybe it was the Anunnaki, Ninhursag, Enki, and Enlil. But they left them here. One of the creator gods sent the deluge, got rid of them, kept a remnant. Thank you so much for the Cash App blessing. You all are amazing. Guess who I'm talking to right now? My broker, my silver broker. I ain't playing. I'm not playing. So there have been many deluges. Then when the remnant was left here, then other beings started coming here and enslaving us and doing things for us, trying to keep us from ascending in consciousness. You have beings come and teach us how to do war, how to create, do civilize, and how to do things, how to use silver and gold. I mean, all type of stories are out there. But my major point is we've been using silver and gold for a very long time. It's a part of our culture. Hailing from Indiana. When I say our, I mean humanity. So when I saw that the silver and gold prices had dropped drastically, I was like, what's going on? I mean, I've heard it all. I've heard they're rebalancing ETFs. I heard that, this has a lot to do with liquidity. People are selling off their assets. I had heard that speculators and investors said, they're trying to anticipate if the Fed is going to lower rates or not. And so they're a little shaky. They don't know what to do. So they're selling off their assets. Even that doesn't make sense to me, because typically when you don't know what the Fed is going to do, or you don't know what people in politics are going to do, you take your money out of cash and you typically put it into gold, because you know that the United States dollar is attached to the United States Incorporated and their whole geopolitical system. And when things get shaky, politics affects finances and economics. So people in the know will rush to gold and silver as a safe haven. So why is the inverse happening, where it doesn't look like people are rushing into gold and silver? It looks like they're selling off their assets. What's going on? Also, during wars, typically, people, families, investors, central banks start rushing to protect their assets. Why are people selling off their assets? So I said, I'm hearing all these different things. I'm like, this just doesn't make sense. Unless two things came to my mind. Y'all tell me what you think. Unless the people selling off their assets are the ones that were implicated in the Epstein files. That would make sense. Selling off their assets, trying to run to Bangladesh or wherever they go. Trying to liquidate. So you have, maybe that's the reason why some are selling off their assets. And then you also have investors, when everybody was rushing to gold and silver because they saw the prices go high. put all their assets, take their liquidate from stocks and bonds and other things, put it in the gold and silver. And then now that there's a war, they need to liquidate so they can pay their bills and pay the high gas prices. God forbid you're trying to buy a house right now. God forbid you try to do some things that you need to do in your everyday life. Everything's higher than it should be. But let me tell you something. There's selling off of assets, and then there's price suppression. Gold and silver shot up so high. I mean, it went up like 50, 60% from last year to January, where gold was over $5,005 an ounce. Now it's less than $4,900. And silver had shot up all the way to $130 per ounce. Then it went to $68 this evening. Now it's going up to 74, close to 75 within the last 2 hours. Perhaps it went up so fast, so high, that now it's rebalancing. But who's pulling the strings? It's probably being suppressed. But how long can they hold the prices down? It's an indication of what's happening in the financial system, the global financial system, because I don't care how far they try to suppress silver and gold, family. And I don't care how much they try to sell this idea that the dollar is still king and it's still the world reserve currency. We know over here that over 85% of the global population stopped trading with the dollar and made a decision to use their own local currencies for trade. But I'll play along. Everybody's not a part of BRICS. So maybe some of those people are still using the dollar to buy oil. That's what one economist told me. You know, dollar is still king, Kia. You know, it's not really public knowledge that people are selling off their assets and that countries are dropping the United States dollar and using their own local currencies backed by precious metals. But this is an indication for me. When I see the gold and silver prices going up, I know that the smart people are holding on to their gold and silver. They cannot keep holding down the price of gold and silver because as the dollar, basic economic principle, as the dollar decreases in value, gold and silver rises in value. So when you suppress the prices of gold and silver, the people will be like, I'm not getting that. The dollar must still be strong. So I'm just going to speculate the dollar. It's not. No, the dollar must still be strong. And then you do have some countries that's still using the dollar to buy oil. But where they buying it from? Because Saudi Arabia joined BRICS in 2022. And the agreement between the United States Incorporated and Saudi Arabia that the United States would protect the Saudi kingdom in exchange for the oil. And then they would force all nations to get oil only from Saudi Arabia and use the dollar. That agreement ended when Saudi Arabia joined BRICS in 2022. It doesn't matter that people didn't know it. We knew it as soon as I saw it, I told the Soul Tribe. Then the next year, 2023, the paper contract where they actually sealed the deal was not renewed. Well, we told everybody before that it's not going to be renewed because Saudi Arabia joined BRICS in 2022. They became known as South BRICS. They were one of the first nations to join Brazil, Russia, India, China, South Africa coalition. So I don't know who's buying oil from Saudi Arabia with the dollar when Saudi Arabia is a part of BRICS, but I'll play along. Maybe some countries are still doing that. But Venezuela also has gold. And just in case people didn't know it, Burkina Faso and other nations signed agreements with Venezuela to get oil from Venezuela using gold. So they can't sell that idea to me that everybody's still using the dollar and dollar strong. No, speculators might be thinking the dollar is strong. Because one thing I do know about investors and speculators is that they make decisions sometimes based on emotion. And I also know that a lot of speculators and investors, well, for some reason, they'll only get into something when everybody else is in it. You know, it's like, oh, gold and silver are going high. Let me jump in it while everybody else is in it. Why not get it when it's low? I'm just saying, because there is an indication there's a break in the system somewhere. They're trying to suppress the prices, but it's coming back up. You can't hold gold and silver down. It's real money. Almost all the countries in the world have rushed to gold. Look up King's World article. This came out in February 2023. And of course, I reported it many times, and I reported it when it came out. If you've been following everything, then you know the whole world is hurtling back to gold as money. That was 2023. Here it is. The world is hurtling back toward gold as money. The world is rushing back towards gold as money. Let me see if I can get that for you. That was February 2023. So we already knew that. Like I said, in 2020, between 2022 2023, 85% of the global population had joined Brazil, Russia, India, China, South Africa in coalescing against the United States Incorporated to stop trading with the dollar. That ended the agreement between the United States Incorporated and Saudi Arabia. They said we're going to stop trading with the dollar and we're going to use our own local currencies backed by trade. So what did they do? Countries, they join BRICS, they start changing out their administrations, the people, their whole administrations, their presidents. They start returning their stolen money. And they started secretively revaluing their currencies against the USD, or taking steps to do that. They started rebuilding their infrastructure, stabilizing their economy. I mean, I showed the secret. I showed my private group the other day about a country that said, oh, guess what? We're stable now. We're all strong. Our economy is strong. President Trump bought oil from us, and we're using the assets that he bought the oil from us with to back our currency and revalue it against the United States dollar. So they can play these games and price suppress the gold and silver, because like I said, as the dollar decreases in value, gold and silver increase in value. We know the dollar's decreasing in value because countries have stopped trading with the dollar. They joined the BRICS coalition. They joined the Shanghai Cooperation organizations. And they all said, we're going to stop trading with the dollar. We're going to use our own local currency. They're dropping bonds, United States bonds, everyday people. I apologize. Everyday people are investing. 1 minute, please. Everyday people, we are getting it, but don't be like people who follow the herd and they rush when it's super high. Okay, when it's super high, we already know gold and silver continued from all through last year, all the way up to the beginning of the year. It was just breaking records, going up in value, hitting record numbers. That was already an indication that the dollar was losing value. So countries dropped the dollars. They're dropping the bonds. During COVID, there was a lot of money printing we got trillions of dollars in debt. Even Janet Yellen, when she was over the Fed, was saying, oh my God, under the Biden administration, we've reached the debt ceiling. We've got to take extraordinary measures to do something. We can't even pay our bills. We got to raise the debt ceiling or else we're going to go bust. The only thing I can think of we could do is to take money out of the retirement accounts of government workers. Remember that? We reached the debt ceiling. We're going to have to print out more money. They had print out so much money all through the years, especially, then COVID happened. So the dollar was continuous. The more they printed, the more the value of the US dollar decreased. Now countries all over the world stop trading with the dollar and they're using their own local currencies as well as gold and silver. What's my point? This is a sign that there's a break in the system. You have all of these countries they're not trading with gold. You have investors liquidating their assets. I venture to say many of them are the ones that implicated in the Epstein files. those that had the assets frozen. You have people selling off their assets because they can't live, because with the war, we already had high inflation. You already had high prices. Now with the war, you got gas prices. People are trying to figure out what to do. This is an indication there's a break in the system, as well as all of these banks that had collapsed over the last 5 or 10 years. With all these banks collapsing, and all the people being stressed out, selling off their assets, look, there is a break in the system. The financial system is collapsing. The United States Incorporated is collapsing. But those that are prepared will go into the new golden era. Remember, we talked about the 5 wise virgins and the 5 foolish. They all had to prepare for the wedding of to go to meet the bridegroom and go to the wedding. It's in the scriptures. The 5 that were ready, that were preparing, they kept their lamps. Remember, keep your lamps trimmed and burning. Keep your lamps trimmed and burning. Keep your lamps trimmed and burning. The time is drawing nigh. So we used to sing that song in choir and in church. And then when I went to Berea College, I was in a choir. Voices, was it Voices of Victory? No, I think that was another group. I was in one of them choirs. But they would trim their lights, or they would have oil for their lights, because back in the day, they used oil for their lights, and they had to keep watch, waiting for the bridegroom to come. So the 5 had oil, they had everything prepared, they got dressed, they were ready, they were just waiting for the bridegroom to come. But the foolish were like, oh, we got time. We'll just wait. We're gonna hang out a little bit. I don't need to go get any oil. I'm sure the 5 wise will tell us when it's time to go. But here's another song. They that were ready went into the feast. They that were ready went into the feast. They that were ready went into the feast of the marriage supper of the Lamb. So when the bridegroom came, and he came late at night, at midnight, I believe it was midnight hour, the 5 who were ready, that had their lamps trimmed and burning, the bridegroom said, hey, come on, it's time to go. Let's go enter into the feast, the marriage supper. So they went in. They that were ready went into the feast of the marriage supper of the Lamb. But what about the 5 foolish? They cried unto the wise, oh, give us some of your oil. They cried unto the wise, but the wise said not so. They cried unto the wise, oh, give us some of your oil. But the wise answered and said not so, lest there be not enough for thee and me. So when the 5 wise virgins went into the wedding, into the golden era, into the marriage supper of the Lamb, the door was closed. The foolish started knocking on the door. Hey, wait, let us in. They cried unto the wise, oh, give us some of your oil. But the wise answered and said not so. And there's another version. The wise answered and said, too late, lest there be not enough for thee and me. And you know, when we sing that song, we sing it during Passover season, because we say Passover is the time where you enter into the marriage supper of the Lamb. Passover is the time in the Old Testament where the blood of the lamb was sacrificed. The lamb was sacrificed. You applied the blood to the doorpost. And if you applied the blood to the doorpost, when the death angel came, that was going to take out the firstborn of the Egyptians, the biblical Egyptians who had enslaved the Hebrew people. When that death angel came, the firstborn of the Egyptians, or the enslaver, was unalive. That's one of the plagues that the God of the Bible gave them. But the Hebrews and anybody that obeyed, that killed a lamb, put the blood on the doorpost, who were ready when the death angel came, he would just go right past the doorpost where there was blood. Passover. In the New Testament, the Christ was the sacrificial lamb. This is, I was raised in church. I'm going to talk about church in Hebrew tradition. We'll talk about the metaphysical point too. But the Christ was the last sacrificial lamb. So, and then I was Messianic Hebrew, Messianic Jew. So I kept both Passover the old way and the new way, right? When we believed in the Passover, the death angel passing over the Hebrew people. In today's time, judgment that's going to deal with these enslavers that enslaved the planet is happening right now during Passover season, right? Judgment is passing over us and it's going to hit them. That's why they're selling off their assets. They're scared. That's why they're being arrested. That's why they are going through military tribunals, because we are under military occupation right now. So in the New Testament, even Christ took the Passover. Why do you think he was at the Last Supper with his 12 disciples? He was Hebrew. He was keeping, or some people say Jewish, he was keeping the Passover. He was the last sacrificial lamb. And the Christians or Messianic Jews believe that that was the ultimate sacrifice. And so now the Christians apply through faith the blood of Christ to the doorpost of their heart. And when judgment comes, then judgment will pass over you if you've applied the blood of Christ, salvation, redemption to the doorpost of your heart. Where will we say that metaphysically in this time period? Because I'm not trying to preach religion or push it. I'm Hebrew. I'm telling you how I was raised, and I'm applying it to today. We're in Passover season, the 1st of April, right? That now that judgment is coming for those enslavers that enslaved the people on the planet, as long as we're not a part of that wickedness, as long as we're not sacrificing children, as long as we're not money laundering, as long as we're not a part of these secret societies, as long as, and even if you were, and if you repented and got your heart right and you did whatever you had to do, I don't know what you have to do if you have done certain things. I don't know. But if you have clean hands and a clean heart, you don't eat babies, you don't sacrifice them, you're not money laundering and doing all this stuff, you're not breaking laws, the death angel judgment will pass right over you, and you'll be able to sing, they that were ready went into the feast of the marriage supper of the Lamb. And do you know on Passover season, we wear all white. Passover is prescribed in Leviticus 23rd chapter. We do the Seder meal, everything. We wear all white. Everybody's decked out, singing, dancing, playing the tambourine, blowing the trumpet, blow the shofar at the beginning of the feast. We celebrate it for 8 days. The first day is Passover. Then you have 7 days of unleavened bread. We don't eat anything that rises, any leavening, because that represents the rising of a leaven in your heart. So during that time, make sure you get all the evil out of your heart. Your heart is as light as a feather. And you even eat unleavened bread. You don't want anything that rises. No yeast, nothing that rises, because that represents sin. It's beautiful. I don't know why people have such an issue with some of the cultural practices of others. It's beautiful. Now, the blood originally, so let's talk about Passover, is also resurrection season. So when the Romans enslaved other cultures that were keeping, like the Hebrews that were keeping Passover season, they said, you know what? They celebrate Passover. We worship the goddess of fertility, Estre or Ishtar. We might as well put them all together. I think it was about 325 AD. I said 322 the other day. Somebody corrected me. 325 AD. Then you're right, because I don't know what made me say 320. I think because I was saying it's on 322. 325 AD, they said we're going to put both of these together. Our celebration of Ishtar, the goddess of fertility, and we do it around spring with the Hebrew people that we've colonized, and we're going to call it Easter, and we're going to have bunnies, and we're going to have, because bunnies are prolific, they have lots of babies, we're going to have eggs. Why do you think they have eggs and bunnies and all that? And remember, and it makes sense because spring is about resurrection. Spring is about joy. reaping certain fruits and vegetables. You sow some of them, but you reap some of them. And also you have everything that's springing up, the flowers and the trees, waving their limbs in reverence to the sun. And the people today wave their hands in reverence to the son, which symbolizes the sun, the sun. I think it's beautiful. So during Passover season, the ultimate sacrificial lamb, the Christ, was sacrificed. This is according to the Christians. Somebody asked me the other day, are you saying there's another way to go to God except by Jesus Christ? Because you keep saying according to Christians, according to Hebrews. No, what I'm saying was what I'm saying. I'm just giving historical references for different things about this season. I'm not trying to tell anybody how to serve or because you're not going to tell me, you're not going to convince me any other way. Okay, so Jesus, the Christ, was actually sacrificed and put on the cross during this time period. Daniel said that the Messiah would be cut off in the middle of the week. Some people say he was probably cut off on a Wednesday. Then he was in a grave by Wednesday night, Thursday night, Friday night, 3 days and 3 nights. Then that would be Thursday, Friday, Saturday. Sometime between Saturday and Saturday evening, he rose from the grave, because remember when Mary and Martha went to the grave early Sunday morning, he was already gone. They were looking around, and the people who was keeping the grave said, oh, it's what they say. As it began to dawn towards the first day, the women went to the grave and he was already risen. So that's why some people say Passover may have occurred Wednesday night. It doesn't matter, for everyday people. I'm just saying. He rose from the grave, and he rose with all power in his hand, heaven and earth, right? We are in Passover season. It's death for the enslaver. It's death and judgment for those who enslave the Hebrews, the God's chosen, humanity. The death angel will judge all of them that sacrificed children, that laundered money, that laundered humanity. But it will pass over God's chosen, you and me. It's death, burial, and resurrection season. Death for the bad, burial for them and their assets, and resurrection for we, the people of the Most High, Source, God, Yahweh, Elohim. I don't know who you call Source. What I'm saying is humanity is being redeemed. Now, it's interesting, this fascination we have with blood. I'm just going to just as an aside, because prehistorically, before all these stories, see, I studied anthropology for a short period of time. We learned that the blood was about the blood of the woman that used to be used. I don't want to upset anybody. And used to be used for sacred ceremonies. And it used to be used to do certain rituals. It was considered very highly sacred. You can study that on your own time. But of course, over time, you had beings that come out of the Caucasus Mountains, beings that come from behind the ice walls. I don't know who these beings are that enslave humanity, all of them, but they had this really vitriol hatred for the feminine. It's really interesting. They were conquerors, though. They say the Aryans were really, and I don't even know if they were human. They said they were vicious. All the books that I read say they were vicious, and when you cross-reference, they unalived the women. Some of them that were doing things with the blood that was cultural for them, they demonized. They got rid of all the female representations of God, because, God, of course, is both masculine and feminine, just like we are. Everybody's feminine and masculine. So some people had the feminine expression of God and the masculine expression of God, but they decimated all the feminine expressions of God. They unalived a lot of women. They desecrated their cultural practices. And then by the time we come into the biblical New Testament, a woman who's menstruating is considered unclean, and she can't even enter the temple or the synagogue. But the blood had power. That's why you think they sing power in the blood of Jesus. And it's interesting because people say blood is dirty and filthy, but then they would take blood as sacrament, whether they take grape juice or alcohol. It's holy, but the woman that's menstruating is considered unholy, because when you go through different cultural periods, people shift in their paradigm. My point is, it may not be literal blood that's going to be applied to the doorposts of our hearts, but what's applied to our hearts as humanity is love. We have love. That's a high vibrational frequency. We have love. We love so much, we don't sacrifice children. We love so much, we don't sell out ourselves and our family members for $1, fiat dollar. I can imagine that these people in secret societies that sold out their own families, sacrificed their own children, sold out to the so-called elites or elites or Elohim just for $1. I can imagine they don't feel good now that the USD is collapsing. And we see it's collapsing, and we know it because we see gold and silver going back up, and we see how hard they're trying to suppress it. But they that were ready went into the feast of the marriage supper of the Lamb. Family, Passover and Easter, which is resurrection season, redemption time, is right around the corner. Redemption time, deliverance season. The children of Israel in the Old Testament were delivered from Pharaoh and the Egyptians. Now, there are a lot of biblical historical texts that says there was really no evidence of Hebrew people being enslaved to Egyptians. I don't know. I'm just telling you what we kept. Okay. The Bible says it. That's what I was taught. I don't know. But let's apply it to today. We've been enslaved all over the planet to some evil people and beings that had secret agreements and did all type of rituals with blood and children, and they would trade using Bitcoin and USD. They had to sell themselves out, sell out family members. But they're being judged just like the biblical Egyptians. Who's being delivered? We the people. Why do you think President Donald Trump removed us from 66 international organizations? He said, because I'm restoring the sovereignty of the American people. Deliverance. I'm taking them out of bondage and enslavement to sovereignty. Sov, over, reign, reignty, rule. Now they have reign, rule, and control over their own lives. I'm restoring the sovereignty of the people by removing the United States from 66 organizations. And I'm establishing the Board of Peace. And the Board of Peace will replace the United Nations, thus said Donald Trump. And countries have joined. Almost 30 countries have joined the Board of Peace. It's a whole new season. This is resurrection season. The system is breaking because the system was the enslavement and the chains that were put on the people's head. And what was enslaving us? Debt, taxes, the burden of going to work for these major corporations. But corporations are collapsing. The IRS will be done away with. taxes, they will cease to exist. This is why the Supreme Court overturned the Chevron doctrine in the summer of 2024. What was the Chevron doctrine? It was the doctrine that gave the government, the United States Incorporated, and all 444, now it's 445, all 445, the doctrine that gave the United States Incorporated and all 445 governmental agencies unlimited power. The Supreme Court of the United States said that that doctrine that allowed them to have unlimited power is now being overturned. We found them to be treasonous, unconstitutional, and against the American people. Come on now. 2024. That's why in 2025, when President Donald Trump came back, he tasked Elon Musk with heading the Department of Government Efficiency to do what? Downsize the government. So I'm hearing all this rhetoric. What are we going to do? 300,000 Black women were let go of their jobs. Now they're saying 50-some thousand Black men were let go of their jobs. Y'all consider that righteousness? Is that, how do you say, how's that going to help us, Dr. Kia Pruitt? First of all, I don't believe all the numbers that I see the mainstream media push out there. Maybe it was 300,000 jobs in total, not Black women. And maybe it was 50,000 brothers. Or maybe this is just rhetoric that the mainstream media is spitting out in order to cause division and confusion. Here's my thing. We were never supposed to be enslaved by the government and corporations anyway. This is the opportune time for us to create our own wealth, our own vision, our own mission, our own goals, our own businesses, our own family governance. It's opportunity. What some people see as detriment and failures, I see as an opportunity. Y'all tell me what y'all think in the comment section. Keisha Divine, my homegirl from home in Louisville, Kentucky. I love you so much, sis. They be lying all the time with the numbers. I say, hit the like button, family. Blood equals DNA equals 4 plus 14. The one you see 14 and 41 twice. Come on here, sister. You sounded like Sheik Jacob Bey. I just talked to Sheik Jacob Bey. Oh, he been dropping some stuff. Just as an aside, you remember Sheik Jacob Bey told us that March the 22nd, 322 was the number of skull and bones, and the secret society, right, that controlled everything, ruled the world, Boule and what else? Skull and Bones, all these top secret society people that worked higher up in these elite circles. He said 322 is the end of their system. It's the end of the ideology of white supremacy. We don't want anybody to think we're talking about black and white here. That's all ideology, all divisive tactics to make us think, oh, there's one group are better than the other. White supremacy. And you keep talking about that, but it was an ideology of separatism. Sheik Jacob Bey said on 322, March 22nd, remember 322 is the number of skull and bones, you will see a transition of power. And he said, pay attention to who's going to replace Christy Neem, who's over the Department of Homeland Security. That gentleman that replaced Christy Neem, his name is Mark Wayne Mullins. Did you know he is a part of the Cherokee tribe? He is the second Cherokee tribal member. And I'm Cherokee as well. Some of you are too. Some of you all know which tribes you're from. It doesn't matter what your skin complexion is, right? We've all mixed. He's the second one to serve in the presidential cabinet. But why do they have a Cherokee member serving? It's all coded because there's a transition of power from the Elohim, the Elites, the Elites, the enslaver. The skull and bones is a transition of power from them to the indigenous people. The indigenous people represent all of humanity because everything starts with the First Nation people. It doesn't matter if he doesn't look like he's Cherokee or not. Can you see his blood? He might not be copper colored, but he's a registered member of the Cherokee tribe. Somebody was doing some maintenance, some mixing up it over there. It's all symbolic. He's replacing Christy Neem. There's a reason. And we're going to bring Sheikh Jacob Bey back to talk about that. President Donald Trump on Thursday announced he was ousting Department of Homeland Security Christy Neem and that GOP Senator Markwayne Mullins of Oklahoma. Somebody look up what's the symbolic meaning of Oklahoma. I know y'all know it. Sherman, are you in here? Because you from Oklahoma. Sheikh Bey, are you listening? Because you can tell us. Somebody tell me what's important about. Oh, I know it's something. It's got to be some coded message that he would replace Christy Neem. Mullins, a first-term senator who has served in that role since 2023, is a former mixed martial artist and business owner who is a strong supporter of Trump's hardline immigration policy. He's an enrolled member of the Cherokee Nation and the first tribal citizen to serve in the United States Senate in nearly 2 decades. But he's the second one that has done so, the first in nearly 2 decades. He will inherit an agency that is an integral cornerstone to Trump's domestic policy agenda, the most well-funded federal law enforcement agency in the country, and one which has come under intense scrutiny during the first year of Trump's second term. Now, the Department of Homeland Security. Why are they mentioning Department of Homeland Security, immigration? Why did Trump just send, who did he send out? He sent out some people to help TSA. Who did he send out to help? Let me see. In the airports. Did he just send out the Department of Homeland Security? Trump sent ICE agents to help strain TSA at the airport. Do you know why Trump would send ICE agents to help TSA? Because everybody that's trying to run up out of here, that's illegal, unlawful. See, we had a lot. It's not about racism or trying to get rid of people. A lot of people who've been forced to leave were here unlawfully. They may have overstayed their visa, but if you listen to the stories, even of the people that's on YouTube talking about, I don't want to be here, I'm in my home country, I want to return back, please send me back to America, they will tell you, oh, I just got out of prison, or I served my time, I did time. A lot of people who trying to get up out of here participated in money laundering, human trafficking, sex trade, harming children, ritualistic abuse, drinking blood. That's why some of these stars look old and haggardly, because they can't get the achrome anymore. And you have a lot of people at the airports trying to get up out of here because the Epstein files have been released. Thank you so much, Chief Mac, for sending me a Cash App blessing. They're trying to get up out of here. So ICE baby is being sent to help at the airports, not just to make sure everything's running smoothly and flowing and, trying to get people out, and because a lot of planes have been delayed and a lot of traffic, planes have been halted, but also to make mass arrests at the airports. So all these people I'm telling you, this is Passover season. People are being judged. They can't escape. You can run, but you can't hide. ICE is going to help TSA. Now, we know a lot of TSA workers and air traffic controllers weren't getting paid during this. We're still in a government shutdown. A lot of people don't realize we're in a partial government shutdown. When we had that government shutdown in 2025 last started September, and now steps before that, Trump National Guard all over America. He met with this is what the news outlets said. He met with the National Guard and military generals from all over the world, and then First thing he said when he met with them is, looks like central casting to me. And he gave a speech. He released them, and then they shut down the government September 30th at midnight, which was really October 1st, the beginning of the fiscal year, and my birthday. So I always remember that. And they stayed shut down. It was the longest running government shutdown in history. But it reopened back right in time for Thanksgiving and Christmas. Got to get that money circulating. Got to stimulate that economy. But it didn't work because people are handling money. They're broke. And when did they shut it back down? In January. We're under a partial government shutdown. So TSA workers are not getting paid during government shutdown. A lot of government people are not getting paid. So President Trump sent ICE workers on March the 23rd. That was yesterday. President Trump said immigration and customs enforcement agents will be sent to airports to assist understaffed Transportation Security Administration, TSA, TSA employees starting March 23rd amid the ongoing partial government shutdown. The announcement comes a day after the president comes day after the first election in crisis, sparked a funding by Congress and exasperated by an influx during spring break. When they're talking about immigration, I really don't think they're talking about everyday families. They're talking about people who were here that overstayed their time and people that were here that were unlawful. A lot of these people literally have records that have been sent back home. And, now the ones that may not have records, I don't know if people understand that if you overstay your visa, that's against the law. If you were in another country and you overstayed your visa, not only would you get arrested, but you're going to pay ransom to the people who arrested you. Because that's how some of these countries get out. And I've seen it happen in Africa. You're going to pay a ransom, baby. They're going to say, call your family. I mean, they're not going to put anything to your head. It's not quite like on TV. Call your family because y'all have USD. Tell them to send this money through Wire, and all these different apps. And as soon as we get our money, we'll release you. Now, if they are a little more benevolent, they'll just lock you up and you just stay there until they say you get to go home. But you don't get to go on people's turf in their countries and overstay your visa. I know we think you can do whatever you want to do in America, have lawlessness, run roughshod all over America because people have been allowed to get away with that. And I get it. But it's a new day. It's a new sheriff in town. Speaking of ICE, I was downtown with my grandbabies and I looked right in front of me and my grandchildren said, Granny, look, that place right there is a beauty salon. I was like, oh yeah, it looks kind of nice. The windows are decorated all nicely. Let me show y'all what was posted. I was like, oh my God, on the window of the beauty salon. I've never seen anything like this. Chief Mac, maybe you can expound on this. Private property. Can y'all see that? It says private property, absolutely no ICE allowed. ICE agents may not, underline not, enter private areas without a judicial warrant. We do not consent to any searches without legal authority. I was like, oh, this is private property. So their business is probably under a private trust. And they are within their rights to say the government can't come in here because we're private property. I had never seen anything like that. And I was like, why are they afraid of ICE? Are they afraid? Do they have people in there, immigrants? Or is ICE going around knocking on doors downtown Jacksonville, Florida? Let me find out. I don't know if y'all can see that. Private property. See? No ICE. I mean, I'm not mad. I was like, let me find out. I need to operate in the private, put all my business in trust. None allowed. I'm gonna have to send that to my I'll put it on my community section. But they are getting rid of the people who enslaved us. Now, a lot of them straight, no ice, right? No ice. I want mine straight, no ice. Ice, they're putting everything, they're freezing them, and they're freezing the system. They're not only freezing, they're also judging it. If you married to a United States citizen that was born in another country, would they be made to go back to their country? I don't know, Sister Joanne. You know what? I've seen citizens that were married to United States citizens, yes, who had overstayed their visa, get online and say, I was picked up by ICE. So I don't know. I don't know what, if there's other extenuating circumstances, but I've seen a few, even women saying, my husband and my children are left back in America and I had to leave them. And people are saying, that's not fair. You can't break up families. But I said, when do people take accountability for the things they do? Like, why do people, I would ask myself, why are people saying the government should not be separating families? Well, didn't you know when you had a baby after you overstayed your visa that you were putting your child in jeopardy? If you didn't, ignorance of the law is no excuse. If you don't know the law, I'm just saying that's the paradigm under which we live. Ignorance is no excuse. But a lot of people actually thought, because I'm married to somebody who's a United States citizen, as long as I have a child, I'm going to be safe because I'm going to get birthright citizenship through my child. And then the attorneys was allowing, and judges were allowing that to happen using the 14th Amendment, even though the 14th Amendment was actually for children of African Americans after the civil rights, right? It was 14th Amendment was for the children of African Americans. Their children could have birthright citizenship, although we weren't supposed to be citizens anyway, because we're sovereign. We are the first Americans. We are the Aboriginal or original Americans. So the whole Black, colored, Negro, African American facade that was put on us by the Census Bureau and all these enslavers, all these lies, we came from African slave ships, all that's malarkey. We weren't even supposed to be citizens, but the children of the African Americans are children because we were prisoners of war. We were colonized. So our children born to us through the 14th Amendment could become citizens. Now, immigrants that came here used the 14th Amendment and had children on these lands, thinking that they and their children could be tied to the land. But even if that was legal, it's not lawful. That's according to the United States Incorporated. The corporation is being dismantled. What is the law as it refers to the Republic and the Constitution for the Republic? Even legally, if you try to use the 14th Amendment, again, it wasn't for those people that are not natural or naturalized. Is it naturalized or nationalized? So the judges and attorneys that use the 14th Amendment to allow people to overstay their visas here and tell them you okay because you had babies, they're being arrested too. Remember, they committed they committed treason, and the judges that knew about this and went along with any of the shenanigans of the United States Incorporated and any of the 445 agencies attached to it that did not tell the president about any judge they knew of that was doing anything that was unlawful, they committed misprision of treason. We're living in that era. So what they would do is they would have children think they're going to get away, arguing with the 14th Amendment. Remember, because before the Chevron doctrine said that all these agencies that was attached to the government, they were the experts, so they could interpret the law however they wanted. And they could collude with the attorneys and the judges to interpret the law or statutes or codes or amendments any type of way they wanted to. But they all committed treason. It's a shame. It's a shame. It really is. So some people, they did have children here thinking they were okay. And then under other presidents, They overstayed their visa. They didn't, some people was like, hey, I'm cool, I'm straight. Never happened to my friends, my family members. We've been doing this for decades. We've even gotten loans. What are we finding about one group of people that defrauded American taxpayers in the amount of billions of dollars? Walking around on the land, don't have jobs, chilling, hanging out all day long. The men just chilling, hanging out all day long at the restaurants, going there to their little malls. I used to always say, how they keep saying they came here with nothing but $1 and a dream, but they all have somewhere to live. They have malls. We got one in Louisville, Kentucky, Sister Keisha. The mall down on York Street with a particular group of people. We love them, we love them. They're saying that some of the people extracted billions of dollars from the American taxpayers by saying they had daycare centers and helping children, organizations helping children, when they were laundering the money, stealing the money from the government, taking care of each other, sending money back home to their countries, just, to do whatever they want to do in their countries, paying off also some people, billions, while we were struggling as Americans. So they were getting away with it. Many groups of people, there are people like, we came here with $5 in a dream. And I'm like, how do they have businesses? How do they have bigger homes than Americans? Why do they say we work harder than y'all? Not all of them, of course, but how? Because they were allowed to get away with it. Many of them would get loans for businesses with no interest or very low interest for 5 years. They would go ahead, get the business in their name, start it up. Where were they getting this money from? If you came here with $5 in a dream, first of all, where'd you live? How'd you feed yourself? Then your family members, then you come to find out they have family members all over America already. You didn't know this when they came. You'd be like, how did they? So they get the business, because one of the guys, and it was an Arab that liked me. Shouldn't tell his ethnicity, but or where he came from. But I was like, how do you get this? How do y'all get this convenience store and / gas station? Oh, because he would try to take me out. So people talk when they like you. When the guard is down, it's like, oh, we get. I said, is it no interest bearing loan? He said, no, it's very low. It's almost none. And we got it for 5 years. And then when that 5-year period is about to run out, then you just invite one of your other family members to put the business in their name for another 5 years. So you're paying no interest or low interest. Then when that's run out, you just keep bringing family members. Then you're racking up debt the whole time, buying whatever you want. And then we just go back home to our country because we've already sent a lot of money there and we live like kings and queens, and we forget about the debt in America. Because, hey, why pay it? I was like, oh, okay. So a lot of people were allowed to do that. And, hey, I ain't hating the player. They say don't hate the player, hate the game. I mean, what they say, what's the first law of nature? Self-preservation is the first law of nature. If that's what people did and felt they needed to do in order to survive, and the government colluded with them and they got away with it, who am I to be mad at the people? I got an ought and a problem with the government that allowed that. While veterans are homeless and have mental illness, came back from wars and serving the people and don't get help, while our sick and infirmed are in nursing homes getting pushed out so others can come in, while the single mothers and single fathers and with children are getting pushed out of certain homes and certain programs to allow people to come into. I have a problem with the government that allow people to overstay their visa. And the government will go out and recruit. They call it brain drain. They will recruit people to go into medicine. They will recruit people to go into education. They will recruit people to go into research and development. They will recruit people to go into government. They will recruit people to go into every different segment of our society. Pay them well, send for their spouses and pay them as well. Put them up in nice places in the community. Give their children minority scholarships. How you know, Pruitt? Because I worked in higher education and I got to work with undocumented students and see them take the minority scholarships earmarked for people of color and rural white students who are also underrepresented in many on many campuses and underrepresented in many disciplines like medicine. So funds that were earmarked from white students classified as rural white students, underserved, underrepresented, they were underserved as well. And people of color like African Americans, Native Americans, they added Hispanics later, and there was another group. Well, people would come from all different countries and say, all of a sudden, I'm Black. Now, their status is white, but they'll say they won't come straight out and say they're saying I'm a minority. So you even had people from Asia, like their fathers and mothers that came over here as doctors. They went and that was making good money. They got the minority scholarships. Talk to me, Pruitt, because I had one of my sons in the engineering department. And when I went to celebrate with him, and I saw he was one of very few people that was Indigenous American classified as Black, and all the rest of the people were from different countries. Their fathers and mothers were engineers and doctors. And I'm like, how, Sway? But they've been allowed to do this. I mean, why I'm not mad at them. I'm like, why did the government allow this? How is it that 50%, almost 50, 40 something percent of the healthcare industry is comprised of people not from America? And I did a whole podcast on different industries, how a great percentage, over 30%, comes from different countries. It's called brain drain. When you go to different countries and you take their professionals and you hire them here, like we don't have professionals on our land, and you give them all these benefits and all this money, you drain all the energy and intellect from these countries, prop them up, take care of their children, give them benefits, give your spouse benefits, give everybody businesses while the American people suffer. That's what's not fair. And that was allowed to happen because the United States Incorporated had unlimited power through the Chevron Doctrine and other avenues. Well, that system is breaking, and you can see it through the rise in the prices of the precious metals, and the collapse of the banks, and the collapses of the corporations, and the fact that the ICE is being sent out to arrest people. You can see a shift in power with the gentleman that's taking the position of Christy Neem over the Department of Homeland Security. You can see a shift in power in many, many ways. Don't wait until the end to position yourself. And when I mean position yourself, talk to your family about having a vision, mission, and goals for their lives, because the system is changing. The whole paradigm of the way we used to do things is changing. No more corporations and monopolies are allowed in this new golden reality. That's why corporations are collapsing. And even if they did try to stay afloat, where are they going to get the money from? Because ain't no more money, not no more USD being printed. Oh, this is the printing presses we've been told are stopping. Where they going to get it from? The banks? The banks are almost non-existent. Many of them. We had 5 major banks to collapse in the last couple of years, since 2022, last few years, and hundreds that have collapsed over the last couple of years. The ones that remain will turn into wealth management centers. They're not going to be able to get the money from the bank. These corporations, these monopolies, they are crashing, collapsing, closing. And a lot of their CEOs' assets are being frozen because of Executive Order 13818. It's 13818 and 13813 to freeze the assets of anybody who has dealt with or committed crimes against humanity. Trump initiated that under his first administration. And because we're now under military law, military occupation. This is the United States Department of Defense Law of War Manual. When you read the Law of War Manual, you see what's going on. You can tell that the military has taken over and that they have used their constitutional powers to group together and collude against the United States Incorporated, the allies, the Elohim, the whatever you want to call these people in power, these enslavers, and they're dragging them out of their positions. That's one of the reasons why Trump met with the military right before he closed the government last year. But when I see the prices of gold and silver go up, and I saw them shoot up at the beginning of this year, that high, gold about $5,500 an ounce, silver 130, I knew the system had broken. And when we saw banks collapse over the last couple of years, and some central banks accumulating gold in record numbers, we knew something was happening. When we saw all those countries join the Brazil, Russia, India, China, South Africa BRICS coalition and agreed to stop trading with the dollar, use their own local currencies backed by gold for trade, we knew the system was breaking. It's a wrap. Talk to your family members and say, okay, the system is collapsing. Some of you are going to lose jobs. Some of you are already lost jobs. This is our opportune time to now create our own businesses. This is the opportune time for you who knows how to bake to establish a bakery. You that knows how to do hair, you're going to establish a salon. You that knows how to do fix cars, you're going to have a mechanic shop. You're going to do it. Now we'll be able to use our gifts, our skills, the things that we went to school for. And we won't have to work for other people or corporations, a dead entity, corpse is dead, and build up their empires. Now we'll be able to take care of ourselves. We were never supposed to build up somebody else's empire and work for a corporation. We were never supposed to depend and rely on a government. Govern, manage, or control, the mind, mentality. We were never supposed to be under government and mind control, because if you take that money from them and you take whatever they give you, oftentimes you have to go along with their program. That was never supposed to happen. You're supposed to take care of your own family. And families are supposed to take care of each other and work together as a community. Or the young people say the community. Now it's a time for us to work together and get to work creating our own reality. Yes, people are going to get laid off from work. Yes, the government employed a lot of people, but the government, the United States Incorporated, is bankrupt, defunct, and is being downsized. There's going to be some collateral damage, unfortunately. But the upside of that is opportunity. Just like during COVID, a lot of people started doing their own businesses, creating their own businesses, starting podcasts, working from home. When people are pushed up against the wall, some of them going to come out fighting, kicking and screaming, but a lot of them are going to come up out of that position being creative. Opportunity, redemption, deliverance, opportunity. This is the Corona era, where the crown chakra, corona means crown, is being activated. People are rising in consciousness. People are saying, I'm not going to be a slave anymore. People are saying, I know how to create my own job. I know how to create my own wealth. I no longer want the dollar, the USD that's declining in value. I'm going to get me some gold and silver. So let me just pause here. You can go to your local coin dealer, but if you want the best prices, I would encourage you to call us at Miles Franklin, call my affiliate, Miles Franklin Precious Metals Company. Get you some gold and silver. Call them at 952-929-7006 or send an email to info@milesfranklin.com and let them know that Dr. Kia Pruitt referred you, and you will get the best prices in the industry. Let me tell you something I learned from Andy Sheckman, the CEO and co-owner. He owns it with his dad, David Sheckman, of Miles Franklin. Andy taught me a long time ago. Don't look at gold and silver as an investment. Stop that mindset, Kia. Gold and silver is wealth. When you look at gold and silver as wealth, you know that's something that you could pass down to your posterity, to your children. It's wealth preservation. It holds its value. That's one of the greatest lessons I learned in my life. When Andy Sheckman said to me, Stop looking at gold and silver as an investment. Look at it as wealth. I did a whole paradigm shift. Let me tell you, there's a difference between an investor and a legacy builder. An investor puts money in, right? Speculates, and at times he'll take it out. Sells his positions, try to rebalance things. Sometimes he operates on emotion. Sometimes he follows the herd. They're smart. They're wise. But a legacy builder, somebody that understands and understands the value of the assets that they have, whether it's gold and silver, jewelry, stones, rare earth minerals, clothes, whatever assets you have, a home, land. They understand this is valuable because I'm passing it down to my future generations. They operate differently. They're not moved by emotions. They're not moved by geopolitics. They're not moved by whatever a president does. They're not even moved by wars. They're not moved by what everybody else is doing. They're moved by their mission to preserve the wealth, accumulate and preserve wealth for their posterity. Legacy builders desire to leave a long-lasting impression on the lives of the people that they leave behind. Legacy builders are concerned about future generations. They are not selfish, they are self-full. They care so much about themselves, not selfish, and full of concern about themselves and their bloodline and the trajectory of humanity, that they want to leave something behind so that the people who are on this planet, once they leave, can survive. That's a legacy builder. So thank you, Andy, for teaching me there's a difference. Now, he didn't say there's a difference. He said, look at it as wealth and not just as an investment. So people are pulling out silver and gold. Now, I understand those that have to liquidate their assets in order to pay debts because, I mean, heck, everything's high with the war. Oil and gas is high. And everybody's using this as an excuse to just make everything high. They follow herds too, and they follow the market. But when you are a legacy builder, that's what I'm about. Family, wealth, and legacy is who I am. Why are you always talking about money? I'm not always talking about money. I talk about geopolitics, global economics, and all that in order for us to strengthen the family, accumulate wealth, and leave a legacy behind. Not just for ourselves, our bloodline, our community, but for humanity at large, for the planet. Besides, my life path number is an 8. 8 represents wealth and abundance. That's what I came here for. That's why it's in me. It's in my genetics. It's in my DNA. Everything. I raise the vibrations of the planet because I'm concerned about humanity. I desire, and I make sure that we're all thriving. So look at what's going on. I'm telling you, silver and gold cannot be held down too much longer. If you want to get some, send an email to Andy, info@milesfranklin.com. That's INFO @ MILESFRANKLIN.com. Ask them, what do they have in inventory? They can send you an inventory list, or you can say, this is how much money I want to spend. That's what I did when I just heard from my broker at Miles Franklin. I said, okay, this is how much I want to spend. I either want bars or coins. Tell me which one. Oh, thank you, Zinga Morris, for the Cash App blessing. Thank you, Gilberto. Thank you for the Cash App blessing. Which one is which would you recommend? And he knows me well now. He got all my information. He knows how I buy, or what I do. And I'm grateful for that. All of the brokers at Miles Franklin Precious Metals Company know and understand and overstand precious metals. And not only precious metals, of course, but geopolitics. They can answer your questions because geopolitics influences economics. So call Andy Sheckman and Miles Franklin at 952-929 7006 or send an email to info@milesfranklin.com. My point is there's a break in the system. I can see it when I see silver and gold trying to be suppressed and I see it going back up. You know, the markets change. They say it's 5 o'clock in the evening because it's 5 o'clock in the evening here, but on the other side of the world, it's actually morning. Silver is $74.96. Gold is $4,604.90. Just a couple hours ago, silver had gone down to $68. $6 in a couple hours. They can't keep holding. You can't keep holding it down, especially with people. People know that during a war, like I said before, typically during a war and anything geopolitical unrest, people, investors, bankers, everyday people that know I better go ahead and say, I better preserve my dollar. And I better make the best use of it by rushing to gold and silver as a safe haven. Because if I have this dollar in the bank right now, say something shuts down. Say the system completely breaks and shuts down. The dollar that I had left in the bank, I'm not telling anybody what to do, of course. The dollars, the USD that I had in the bank, let's see if it continues to lose value while it's in the bank, or if something shuts down and they try to take my money out or something freezes. Of course, you do want to hold on to some cash because you never know when, you never know if a bank's going to close and you're going to have a blackout like Iraq just had and everything shut down. You might need some cash to go to a local merchant to buy some. So always hold some cash out of the bank. And the economists that know about silver and gold would say what you can afford to put in silver gold, put it in silver gold, because if that dollar loses value and if the system completely collapses or if there's a blackout or the people in power want to fight back, clap back and hold or freeze your money, at least you got some silver and gold and you got some cash on hand somewhere. Let me tell you, most merchants recognize gold and silver as money. As a matter of fact, if you go to goldback.com, they will teach you about gold backs, with something I've been talking about for a long time. I used to call them gold Arum notes, 24 karat gold on a note that you can use right now to buy local goods and services. And in some states like Florida, you can use silver coins for local goods and services. You can barter with silver and gold anyway. That's a great teaching opportunity. Hey, you see some people like, oh, let me pay you. And can I pay you in silver? Wow, gold, yes, was $5,500 in January 2026. I remember. Hey, let me pay you in gold and silver. And they might, gold and silver. Then you teach them what it is. It's real money. It's lawful money. Article 1, Section 10 of the Constitution for our republic says the only thing that can be used to pay off debt is gold and silver. Historically, we've used gold and silver, even in biblical times. Even, what's his name? Judas sold out Jesus for silver. And ancient dynasties have always used copper. And if people don't want to receive silver and gold as payment, why not pay them a tip with silver or gold? That's right. Put your assets in a trust and protect it. Chief Mack in the house, he can tell you about trust. A trust holds and preserves your assets, and it controls or owns your assets, and you control the trust. That's what the Rockefellers meant when they said own nothing. What they say? Own nothing, control everything. Your jewelry, your assets, your cars, your land, your farm, your house. Even if it's, you might be like, oh, I just own this house. It's just, that my family was in. You might think it's still your family house. It's land. The house on the land is considered an improvement. The land underneath is the value. You can pass it down to your posterity, put it in a trust. Chicago says currently living the van life, not by choice though. People are really making do the best way they can. CBK says much appreciation for that thinking too. For myself, 1/16. However, the elevation will never stop. You're buying silver and gold and preparing for the future. All right. All right, Chicago. You can use any of your people that you know, or you can use my affiliate. You can use Miles Franklin. In fact, I was getting a text while I was doing this from my broker because I'm like, what? I know what's going on, but and you know what? I started 1 ounce at a time. I was on Social Security disability. I was on disability. I was on disability. I had gotten very, very ill not long ago. Well, it was it was some years ago now. I was on disability. I was like, I couldn't work. It's like, what am I gonna do? They're talking. I won 1 ounce of silver from a silver symposium. Oops, I didn't mean to put that up. From Chris Marcus's Silver Symposium, online symposium. What am I putting up? And that brought back memories of my great grandfather, him having silver coins. And I was like, then I just started studying silver. And I said, all I got is enough for 1 ounce. It was $14 an ounce. So every time I got a little money, I would just get 1 ounce. And now here I am today as an affiliate of Miles Franklin. Holy Living said that you sold your car to buy silver. Wow, I hear you. Pin the info for my broker. Okay. Where was it? I probably could do that because I'm on StreamYard. I'm not only on what you say on YouTube, but I'll go ahead and pin in a broker. Chief Mac, are you in the house? So I'm not going to be on long. I could just see that there's a break in the system, and I know silver and gold, they're going to keep going up. If you can, family, get you some. If it's not in your budget, it's okay. You're going to be okay. You're going to be okay. Because even though prices are going up and things are going high and everything's collapsing all around us with these corporations going bust, banks collapsing. There are some people that have humanitarian projects. Oh, speaking of humanitarian projects, I was going to also talk about trusts, different trusts like the King Solomon Trust, the Rodriguez Trust, the Saint Germain Trust. There are Ancient Dragon Society Trust. There are lots of trusts. We're about to have Princess Elizabeth, or I have to email her back or call her tomorrow. Princess Elizabeth is going to be on the show next week to talk about how she is the trigger to release some of these trusts. I've had her on 2 or 3 times. She's going to come back next week to talk to us, which should be a sign to you of how close we are. Let me go to my YouTube channel and pin that. Somebody told me to pin it. Pin my broker. Andy Sheckman of Miles Franklin. You can reach him at 952-929-7006 or send an email to info@milesfranklin.com. Miles Franklin has an A+ rating with the Better Business Bureau. Miles Franklin has been in business for nearly 40 years now. No customer complaints. A+ rating again. All of the brokers are certified. They've gone through extensive training. Andy Sheckman knows them personally and trains them. They know about geopolitics and can tell you about what's going on in the market, so they can help you out. So I'm pinning this right now, Miles Franklin Precious Metals Company. Thank you for whoever asked me to put this up. 952-929-7006 or email info@milesfranklin.com. Franklin.com. Okay, I'm gonna pin it right now. What'd you say? So many are buying that he's backed up with shipping. I don't know who you're talking about though. But I'll tell you what, I would still, even if somebody's like, dude, okay, shipping might take a while, get it now because you get the price locked in the moment you contact them. If you call or send an email tonight, you want to do that so you can get the price locked in before, it grows up. You never know. By the time we wake up in the morning, it could even be higher. I'm going to pin this. Okay. Let's see. Here we go. All right. Let me see what you all are saying. Let me see what y'all think too. Do you all think that all these layoffs from the government are that they will lead to an opportunity for you to utilize your skills or create businesses, or do you think it's a good thing or a bad thing? Can you see any good coming out of these businesses closing and the government collapsing? Let me know your thoughts. Well, I'll check. I see y'all talking to each other. Go ahead and speak that truth. Oh yeah, y'all must be talking about paperwork. Green Eyes says we will need a trust to operate in the private. Green Eyes changed their status in 2017. Some people are saying you don't need to do paperwork. I'll leave that up to people. I don't tell people if they should or not change their paperwork. But I appreciate the conversation very much so. Oh, okay. Hold on, family. I'm getting messages. Thank you all for the gifts. Thank you for being here. I will shout you out for those of you that send me donations in a second. Grand evening to you too. The media is trying to ignore this. 1/4 Idaho Goldback is going for $2. Yes, thank you for saying that because a lot of people will be like, "Well, I can't afford gold at almost $5,000 an ounce." I hear you. Goldbacks that's 24 karat gold. But silver is seen as money too, and it's less expensive. It has different properties. Is a conductor of electricity. Silver is used in technology, industry, for jewelry, money. It's used in the converter in your car, your cell phones, your computers. Don't throw away your computers and cell phones and appliances, if you can help it, because they have silver in it. They contain silver, family. Let me see what. Anybody have questions or anything you want to talk about? They're going to probably keep talking about the war and other things, but President Trump has said the other day that his goals were accomplished. Hold on, let me send this. I gotta send some. Please confirm. Okay, hold on. If I were you, family, I would call Andy Scheckman, or leave a message, send an email tonight, info@milesfranklin.com. Hold on. So I'm answering this message. You want to lock in the price now? Because when people start seeing the prices go up or they hear an announcement, if it moves them, they're going to rush. But a lot of people don't rush until they see the prices go up or until the prices reach a certain peak. Because the people then, when they see everybody else doing it, they'll be like, oh my God, this must mean something. And a lot of people say buy high, buy low, sell high. And that's true. But when you look at it as wealth, you ain't trying to sell nothing. You're trying to hold it. Trying to hold your wealth so that you can pass it down to your posterity. But there are times when you might need to make certain decisions. What I'm saying is go ahead and lock in your price. info@milesfranklin.com. And please hold with me. Bear with me. I'm trying to send something. Hold on. Okay. I had to send this message. Is that right? Yeah, that sounds about right. What I'm doing is I'm double checking something. I be getting all kind of messages. But when you get messages from certain people, you be like, okay, let me take this right now. Is that right? Let's see what you are talking about. Grand evening. Yes, lock in your price with Andy Scheckman. Send an email to info@milesfranklin.com. You can call 952-929-7006. Mention that Dr. Kia Pruitt referred you so that you will get the best prices in the industry. You're welcome. Sister Janine's in the house. Hey, Sister Janine, it's good to see you always. That's our moderator. Oh, this is your first time here, Face the Nation. We're so happy to have you. Welcome. We were talking about how the system is breaking and how a lot of people are selling their position. People are liquidating their assets, getting out of silver and gold at a critical time when typically and historically during wars, people rush to gold and silver. So why are people selling off? I postulate or theorize that one reason some of the people are selling off they're selling their gold is because some of them have to get rid of their assets. They're probably trying to flee because some of them have committed crimes against humanity. Some of them are going to be arrested. This is most likely why Trump just sent ICE to airports all over the nations to help TSA. They're going to be arresting some of these people that's trying to get up out of here. ICE, police, the same thing, right? It's all happening. And we've seen banks collapsing. We've seen companies closing. You see commercial properties closed. Do you know about 40% of businesses in Louisville, Kentucky, where I raised my children, are closed? 40%, almost 50%. I knew that because I talked to an entrepreneur when I was last there, and he said, if things haven't opened since COVID, he said most of downtown is still closed. And I was there like a year ago. But I just heard a report just today, 40% of businesses are closed. And they were just naming state after state, 40%, 50%. some 30%. Now, since COVID, how we what, 6 years in since COVID, since 2020? How many more? 40% is a lot. That's a lot of businesses. Put that alongside the government that's being downsized, the workers that some of them are being encouraged to take early retirement. Some of them are working without pay, but a lot of workers are going to be let go because the government doesn't have the money. They don't have the money to pay. Thank you, Sister Janine says, if you want to get a hold of Chief Mac for a trust, contact him at unityinmotion45@yahoo.com. And if you want silver and gold, contact Miles Franklin Precious Metals Company at info@milesfranklin.com. If you're sending an email, if you're calling 952-929-7006, and make sure you mention that Dr. Kia Pruitt referred you, or say you heard about Andy Scheckman or Miles Franklin Precious Metals Company or Silver and Gold from the Dr. Kia Pruitt show. Also, if you have what you call IRAs and you want a gold IRA, you want to roll over your IRA into a gold IRA, Miles Franklin does have that program. And storage too. If you're like, I don't want to keep all my gold and near me, you can call Miles Franklin for a storage program. See, Keisha is right there in Louisville. She said it looks like it's true. It looks like a ghost town in our hometown of Louisville, Kentucky. I don't know if Chief Mac's in the house. Does anybody have any intel that you want to share with the Soul Tribe? You heard, let's see, who was that? What'd you hear? I heard houses were sitting empty in California back in 2021. Wow. Yes, a lot of houses empty since COVID. And now in the immigration policies, the way they are, you have a lot of people that are being deported and a lot of people fleeing. When Donald Trump first came back, it was January 2025. I knew a businessman who had had properties and business. He said he owned car companies and he had properties. He said, Kia, I cannot keep up because as soon as Donald Trump came back, people just started fleeing. They just dropped off their cars. A lot of people drove down to Miami and just left the cars there. He owns a car dealership. He had to go all the way from Jacksonville, Florida. That's 5 hours to Miami, send some of his people to pick up the cars. People were fleeing as soon as Trump came back, leaving their apartments, leaving their homes. They knew, like, they're like, he's not playing. Do you know that a lot of people that are here on humanitarian visas, their visas ran out? He was supposed to be here for 2 years. But see what people in back in the day would do, even if their visa ran out, or their green card ran out. I didn't even know green cards could be what they say. I didn't even know your green card can expire. I didn't know that. But their green card expired, their visa ran out. They would either just stay or they would apply for asylum, seek asylum. I put the link in the chat in case Chief Mac wants to come on. Anybody that has intel you want to come on, let me know. So things are changing, family. You seeing more empty houses? Yeah. When I tell you, people just start fleeing. Whole neighborhoods, whole communities were vacant. Businesses, commercial properties were vacant. But if you hold on to some cash, now cash, some people say cash is still king, even though the world is hurtling or rushing back towards gold and silver as money. most people are still using the dollar, and you want to hold on to some cash even though it's losing value, because when you see some of these properties, you might want to go buy it. When you see some farmland, you might decide to buy it. You might want to build a compound, or buy a compound for your family. You might have saved some cash, and now that gold and silver had gone down, you might say, oh, this is an opportune time for me to buy it. The world is hurling back toward gold as money. Speaking of which, not only has the BRICS, Brazil, Russia, India, China, South Africa coalition coalesced against the deep state and the Federal Reserve central banking system, but Representative Thomas Massey from Kentucky, Chief, I sent you a link, put forth many acts and bills to actually end the Fed. He calls it the End the Fed Act. And the Supreme Court of the United States, the same court that overturned the Chevron doctrine and said that we're limiting the powers of the United States Incorporated, and all those agencies, FBI, CIA, all 445 of them, they're now treasonous. We're considering them treasonous. The next month, the Supreme Court of the United States said that state-sponsored banks can separate themselves from the Federal Reserve central banking system, have their own charter, their own rules, and issue out their own gold-backed currencies. Why? Because states, according to our republic, are countries, and they can do that. The Supreme Court of the United States gave them the power to disband from the Federal Reserve. You got the End the Fed Act. You got Trump putting the Federal Reserve powers underneath the United States Treasury Department. And you got the Supreme Court of the United States saying, if you're a state-sponsored bank, you can disband from the Federal Reserve, have your own charter, and issue out your own gold-backed currencies. And you have representatives, legislatures in America, and 45 states that have repealed or removed the state sales taxes from precious metal sales. Removing or repealing state sales tax from precious metals means you're acknowledging gold and silver as money. You're saying no longer can you put a tax on this, because according to our Constitution, you cannot tax money. These people who taxed gold and silver, took us off the gold standard, committed treason. States have 45 of them. Look, Sound Money Defense League. I see Chief Mack in the back. I'm going to show you the article in a minute. Remove the sales tax from precious metals. They're aligning with the Constitution for our republic, saying only gold and silver can be used as money. No, they didn't have to pass legislation, but they're using the tools of the deep state against them. The government said you got to pass legislation. They're doing that. Just like Trump is using their tool, the executive orders, to dismantle them. The system is breaking. Welcome, Chief Mack.
Greetings, guys. What's up, Dr. Kia? How y'all doing, Soul Tribe members? Yeah.
Yes, sir.
They can't really tax only what they make. They created the U.S. dollar, and so they can tax that. But you can't take anything that's made from the earth, from the Great Spirit, and tax that. You can't. And that's universal. That's universal law. They're gonna try. Now, the wealth that's being dished to the world right now is the wealth that was dished to our ancestors that we created. And the Federal Reserve, the Treasury holds an account with billions of dollars in it from each. When you get our age, you have billions of dollars in this account. And it's the trust that was started with the birth certificate. That's, guys, I keep on saying it, but people not really getting it. That's where all of the wealth is coming from. It belongs to us anyway. They're not giving us anything that the only what belongs. You got to ask yourself, when we have this foreign currency, right? Say some people got 50 to 100 million worth of foreign currency, right? When you sell that foreign currency, and I'm gonna ask this question to everybody right here. When the banks purchased their foreign currency, okay? When the banks purchased it, right? And the Treasury is involved, right? Okay, so So where's all of this wealth coming from? Where are they going to get that wealth from to give you? Where's it coming from, guys? So I'm asking you guys that. Where's it coming from?
Okay.
Where's all this wealth that some people get the two, three, a half a billion dollars? Some people get $1 billion. Where's that? Who's paying you that wealth? Where's it coming from? It's coming from your own estate. It's coming from your own estate. I keep on telling folks that. So guess what? They cannot tax what belongs to you already. They had tried that. So the quantum, everything that they're doing it's always been set up. It's nothing new. Guys, it's nothing new. We're just fortunate enough to be the ones to be alive
For
and
real.
to be alive and to be in this sector right here, to be having an understanding of what's going on, what's going to happen in the future, and we making present days moves so that what people don't believe in now or what's going to happen in the future, we're gonna benefit from it tremendously, man. And that's why I'm saying we should be clapping our hands saying glory, hallelujah, man. Y'all,
Yes.
we should be happy because all your dark days will be your latter days. We should be saying praise, oh great spirit, oh celestial family, whatever your so-called belief, you should know. We should be in gratitude because so many people don't believe this because
You
there's never
know.
been a time right now. So you got people claim they have faith, but they don't because faith is when your eyes don't see what your eyes don't see and your heart don't feel. The faith that you feel in your spirit, you invest in it. Now this is why people are wealthy don't really want to be bothered with people who are not because the people who are not are spiritually lazy, fruitfully lazy,
Oh,
faithfully lazy. They only do what these are people that's gonna wait and see what's gonna happen with you before they make a move. But you never went like that. You never went like that. And that's what people 90% of society have been trained that way to wait around and see what's gonna happen before they jump in. And the people who think like that are never gonna break generational curses, are people that always come with their hand out asking for something for nothing. And the people like us who are wealthy, some of us have a chip on our shoulders. Some of us are frustrated and angry because we've been talked about, ridiculed, persecuted, defamed, mocked, teased about, no, nobody. It's so many people I talked to. I talked to a lot of people, so I have good intel because if you talk to a lot of people, that makes you resourceful with
that's true.
information. And so many people are telling me stories about the family don't believe in me. The family talk about me. They laugh at me. They think I'm crazy. My wife left me. Or my husband left me. Or my kids talk about me. I just get to work. And so when this thing happens, I can see why some people are going to separate from people and not going to allow people to have access to them the way that they would. And let me tell you, guys, we're not the same people. So don't allow people to treat you like even right now, because right now you have the wealth. So you got to start acting like it right now. Don't wait till you get it and
Right.
think right now you're wealthy. Your mind is wealthy because you made a spiritual investment in your mind to the point that's what got us here today. You didn't just get here by mistake. Something led you here. You were on
Right.
YouTube. You heard Dr. Kids. You saw me on there, heard me, and that connected with you. And this type of conversation don't connect with a lot of people. They don't want to hear. So what's the difference between them and us?
That's true.
What's the difference? Even there were certain people that you thought would catch this and get it. There were certain people I thought that if I said something to them about this, they would catch it. And when you told people, it's funny. And this day and time, you could be trying to help people, and the people you're trying to help become your enemy because you're trying to help free them out the
Yeah,
system. That's crazy. They will
it
become your
is.
enemy because you're trying to help them. And so I mean, the RV, in my opinion, the RV is closer than ever, guys. It's so close,
Mm.
Doctor. This kid, it's so close because there was a courthouse that burned up yesterday in Rome, Georgia.
Hmm.
And things, it's like things. So there's something massive getting ready to happen. Okay. When did it happen? Soul Tribe, and anybody listening, we say that we're living in a simulation. We say that the world is a stage. And so, why is all of this stuff happening so called at the same time? It's because we have a a wicked force behind the scenes,
Mm-hmm.
and they're playing the only game that they have always played. They're playing the only game that they have always played, and only the righteous and chosen, the set apart, can see this old football play that they keep on running over and over. We know the scrimmage you guys are playing. We know that you're coming with the chaos, the lies, the deception, the psyops, the hoax. We know it's coming. Bring it. And the goal is here is when they bring that it's for the people. It's to keep the people who are gullible. It's to keep them from ever recognizing that there's a wealth transfer happening. It's not for us because we're already consolidated in our understanding. We're already consolidated. So just hold on, guys. It's coming. Know that they're coming with some chaos, and we should the rights. I would like to say that most of us, at least 90% of us that are here, we got maybe 10% haters that are learning from us in the background. So we get them right there. That we got them right there that won't even like right now. Let me go ahead and like this real quick. Get those likes up, guys.
Thank
Get
you,
those likes
T.
up right now. Get those likes up right now. Y'all on here right now. Get those likes up. Don't be a hater in the background. Get those likes up. Yes.
Thank you,
Matter of
T.
fact,
Thank you,
if you don't hit
family.
those, if you don't hit those likes, you're not getting. That show you that you don't. You're not in agreement, and you're not going to get no wealth. You shouldn't be on here just ear hustling and not supporting the cause. You shouldn't be on here just ear
Mm.
hustling. Even the haters, go ahead and like hater. Just don't be a hater. Just go ahead and like. You're the big background. Hey, don't just go there and like the live because you're learning in secret. You got your pen and pad. If you don't want to give people their credit, if you're learning, if you're
Mm.
taking notes, man, don't do that, man. Give an offering, man.
He
Don't do
said,
that.
"Give an offering."
Give an offering. Give an offering, man. Give an
Thank
offering,
you,
man.
T.
Get credit when credit due. Get those likes up. Get credit when credit due. You don't hear
Thank you for the
you
likes, family.
they're hustling and I hustling, and not giving you no credit, man. Come on now, don't be. Come on, give some likes, man. You getting great intel to keep your nerves down. And
Right.
then here you said there was the guy from Coinbase saying something about uh the that the RV is pretty much going to happen.
From a coin dealer and who was also a currency dealer. And when we were like, what? Because typically they're under NDA and they can't say anything about
Yeah.
currencies revaluing or, you know, they can't speculate. In fact, some of the companies we saw would say demonetize that some of the currencies that the people have, Iraqi dinar, both Venezuela Bolivar, Zimbabwean Zim. Some of you, when you go to some of those websites to buy them, it would say demonetize. And then we would ask the brokers. I've asked one of the brokers from one of those currency shops to come on the show, and he said I can't because we're under non-disclosure agreement. But then the other day we saw a currency dealer do an advertisement that said, that currencies were about to revalue. We were like, what? What's
I'm, I'm,
happening?
I'm also, yeah, no, I'm also looking at like April. It's gonna be like an April Fool's joke or something like that. I'm looking at April, which is like late March, early April. Is like the New Year's, the beginning of a New Year's.
New
Everything,
year.
uh,
Hmm.
yeah. But the flowers blooming, certain animals coming out of hibernation. The trees are praising the sun as the sun is walking on water. That's the only sun I know that really enlightens me that make my skin, look like peach cobbler. That's the only son I know that walks that walks on water. Every morning he comes out and glides and moonwalk on water. The sun for the children of the sun. That's that saving salvation that's going to heat up and remove certain people who don't need to be here. You know, that's the sun I'm talking about.
Yeah.
So April is the beginning of something major. I'm looking at April too as well.
Yes, in fact, somebody had told me the true significance. If you all know the true significance, Chief Mac gave us his resurrection time of new season, new life, new year. And then they changed it to be April Fools and do pranks and tricks in order to turn people's mind and shift their minds away from the true significance of April 1st. I can't remember what happened on that day or why it was so significant to these people in power. Oh, it
Yeah,
says April 1 is the traditional new year in many cultures. Wow. Okay.
yeah, that's the new year.
That's what you're
There's
saying.
nothing dead about the winter. There's nothing new about winter. There's nothing new about it. Everything is dead in the winter. It's dead, and winter is a made up season.
Okay.
The earth, the earth is supposed to be was a tropical earth in the beginning stages. Then they
Mm,
created these ice. Then they created these ice wall and try to hide out things. This is just it's a whole. It's just another topic for a different show. But it doesn't supposed to be a winter. It's not supposed to be that way.
right.
And, we, and we're gonna eventually. So I'm telling you guys, not only is there going to be a change of arm, it's a change. It's a universal change of arms happening. The world is recycling. The earth is changing. And it's going back. This world transfer is just a glimpse of us saying that the world is going back in the direction it needs to go. And in order for the world to head back in that direction, certain people have to be put in place.
Mm-hmm.
And who are those people? It is us who have this foreign currency and doing and our expectation is to do righteous things with it. That's why we give it our overflow. Certain ones of us that's going to have, man, you got people that's going to be billionaires. Did you hear me? We got people. Listen, I got a lot of people I talk to. I won't say no names, but these people trust me. They trust you. They trust me because they know we're righteous people, and they just want to get something off their chest. They tell us because they can trust
Mm-hmm.
us. And I'm saying
Mm-hmm.
they're going to be a lot of billionaires. And if you have a humanitarian project and it's written out correctly, and just for those of you, I do write ups on the humanitarian projects as well. All they want to know if you have that thing laid out the professional structure of what you're going to do or what are they going to do here. They're going to just pull more money out of your estate and give it to you.
Mm,
They want to know that you are a good stewardess.
that's right.
Money. These entities, these forces have to follow universal protocol. They have to. It's because there's nowhere in the world that we're gonna get this wealth if they know there was a force behind them. It's nowhere in the world. The
Mm-hmm.
time has changed right now. So if you have a humanitarian project written out and saying that you are going to do X, Y, and Z and help this and help that out, that means that why would you need the rapture to happen if we are the rapture? We are the Savior and salvations. We are the Christ that's been sent down here and have been experienced for today's time to be that salvation to the earth, to save people. What you think of the humanitarian process is going to do? It's going to cause you be able to have the funds to open up centers in neighborhoods, make sure the children are protected, making sure that our parks there's no glass, that the parents don't have to worry about their children, and you can hire people, and you can pay them a nice wage.
Mm-hmm.
It's coming from the humanitarian project. Okay, then that's what. So what is that doing? That's bringing heaven on earth to many people. It's bringing heaven on earth. And that's why I've been saying, glory, hallelujah. Think that's heaven on earth right now. We'll never have to work a job. They done taught us how to love being in hell, mentally, spiritually, and physically in hell. And don't even know that you're in hell. And got you loving to be in hell. And got you fighting somebody that's trying to pull you out of hell into heaven. Wow, ain't that
Mm.
something? Huh?
You were saying that our we have to have good intentions, something, and you want to make sure you have good intentions, that you're going to use the money righteously. And some people think that that's too much control. What do you say to that?
You say so we have to do you talk about it's too much control in terms of having to do righteous things with money. That's too that's
Yes, it's too much control to say, just for this is what, why does my heart have to be right? Or you're telling me that they can read my intentions, or it might be an energy center, or they might have
yep,
energy,
yep,
read your
yep,
energy. People think that's too
yep.
much control.
Nope. It need to be that way because then if you because a person a person with a wicked heart coming into that amount of wealth is dangerous.
Mm,
And so that's a fool because
mhm,
you shouldn't be having those type of ill feelings and intentions in your heart when you have that kind of wealth.
mm,
You shouldn't. So trust me, they're doing it right now. That's what they did with these AI phones. You could be
mhm.
typing and it can start. Listen for those of you who haven't, you have trained AI to think like you to possibly one day replace you. That's why I don't even have one. When
Mm,
people write these books and you telling them what you telling this little so-called computer, which is really an entity
yeah.
behind the fort, you telling them how you think and what you do. You giving them all your intel. So write this book for me. So I think like this and think like that. It's write everything, thinking like you. Then these things can act like you and call somebody up and act like they're you. I'm
They're
telling you,
already doing it with like the
yeah,
fake accounts, Facebook accounts, social media accounts, using your name, using people's names and images and lying to people. They already doing it.
yeah. I'm telling people. So I've been knowing about this type of technology for a while. So this is why I'm saying you got to. And
Mm,
when they made that movie Minority Report, when they were arresting people for
mhm,
crimes that people didn't do, that they didn't do, but they were saying that in the future you were gonna do this crime. They were arresting people. So
mm.
you can't have this kind of wealth, man. If you're a hater right now, you hate it like that. Maybe you get enough money. You say, okay, I'm gonna get enough money. I'm gonna do something for this person, right? Man, they know what you're thinking, man.
For real.
Anything, yeah, anything you done said wicked, anything that you done posted, anything that you done text message, inbox somebody, and something, anything that you did with. That's a lot of people worry. Listen, let me tell you something. There's somebody worrying sick right now that their hair is falling out
Mm,
because you shouldn't have done what you did. You got on these platforms and you ran your mouth
yep.
and you said things that you shouldn't have said, and you did some dangerous things that a person emotionally sound shouldn't have been doing. And you got a lot of people get on these platforms and you do things and say things that you shouldn't do, and it's permanently there. You cannot take it down. Even though you
Mm,
take it down on your end,
mm,
it's always up. And that's why I keep on telling people you have to be emotionally sound. And that's what the enemy was
mm,
doing. The enemy tricked these people and made these people feel cocky and get on these social media platforms. That's
ooh,
why you don't see rich and wealthy people running their damn mouths on this platform. And if somebody lied to you and said this, then the
mm,
enemy was trying to gaslight you to bring you down with them. But that's why I don't,
mm,
don't get caught up in going back and forth with people. And especially saying some stuff you shouldn't do, because there have been some people that know that that days are numbered. And these people, if they come into any type of wealth, they know that more than half is going to be taken away because you
mhm,
cannot. I tell you, Don't get on these social media platforms and stop following people that's lying on people and talking about. You should even want to even put that in your ear gate. What's important right now? What's important right now, people? Family inheritance, family legacy, generational curse breakers. And you cannot do that with a hateful heart, with envy, malice, and jealousy in your heart. And you cannot do that when you are connected to people spilling venom out on these platforms. You don't need that. It's an energy that goes along with that. And what you need to be is either with me and Dr. Kid and any other social content creators who are speaking love, honor, respect, high vibrations. That's what you need to be. And anybody that's doing anything different, your days are numbered, because you shouldn't be having any type of jealousy toward anybody when you know that you're getting ready to be wealthy. Does that make sense? It's an
I
oxymoron.
hear
So
you.
this is why you are a fool. A fool and wealth is like oil and water. It don't
More than
mix.
water.
It do not mix. So yes, if you got evil intentions, you got to clean your heart. These people are going to be. I'm gonna tell you, everybody. Listen, there's nothing. You got to be out of your damn mind if you think that you could do something and that they don't know what's going on.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
You guys don't know the type of technology they have. When you're riding in your cars, they got hidden cameras that are doing facial recognition on the streets, man.
Wow.
They got helicopters flying in the sky and unseen drones that can aim at your damn car, and everything that has a barcode on it that reading your fucking essence, man. Some people I'm trying to tell you guys this stuff, man.
Mm.
Chief knows a lot. Okay then. So I keep on trying to tell y'all, man. Mind your damn business and stop being hateful. Because now they can
Mm-hmm.
read your energy. Because you don't realize they have a weaponry machine that can aim at you, and based on the aura, see how much protection you have over you and what you don't have over you.
Wow. Wow. Chief, you had mentioned you're talking about a lot of things that are metaphysical, spiritual, or whatever, and people in the comment section are agreeing that your heart has to be right. Why would you be given or allowed to have this type of wealth if you're not going to be a good steward, if we don't have good energy, if we're going to do evil with it? So when I say spirituality, I'm talking about like being whole, being complete, being a good natured person. So to go along with that, on tomorrow, I'm going to have Dr. G. You all remember Dr. G? Let me see if I can get it. Dr. G is also known as, oops, is it Dr. Naila Gillum? She's from the original House of Reawakening Minds. She used to be a pastor. She had a congregation and everything, a church when she's a minister ordained. She's going to talk about the difference, the relationship between wealth and spirituality. And the reason why I wanted to talk about that, well, this is Women's History Month, so I wanted a beautiful sister to talk to us and come on. When I mean sister, I mean a woman. Period. She was a pastor. She said, the place of worship that place where I used to have church, the place has changed, but the mission remains the same. Because when you come from a spiritual core, we have spiritual philosophies. When you're a good person, you love humanity, you have the same message no matter where you go. But she's also a wealth ambassador. So I'm like, this is the perfect person to bring on here. So if you all know Dr. G, I was on her show the other day. She is the best friends with Grand Sheik Taj Tariq Bey. He's the Grand Sheik or Grand Teacher of the Moors. She is the co-host. She and he host the show, the official House of Reawakening Mind. She's going to be on my show tomorrow on the Dr. Kia Pruitt show. I'll drop the link in the chat at 2:00 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. That would be March the 25th, 2:00 p.m. Eastern Standard Time on the Dr. Kia Pruitt show to talk about the relationship between being spiritual and having wealth, and why it's important to be spiritual, since all of us are wealthy. We all have a trust. Chief Mack has taught us this. We're all wealthy, but we're going to have to operate from a paradigm and a philosophy of wholeness and goodness. Chief,
Yeah.
Can you speak on? Can you speak on when you say we're going to have access to our trust? The wealth is going to come from the trust. Where is this trust? What do you mean when you say that?
Well, for those that this may be new to, when we were born, uh, they took the name that your mom gave you, and they turned it into a corporation, and then they so your birth certificate and you have two different dates. When the birth certificate was created, they created a straw man, which they created a corporation, which made you a corpse, and they unalived you while you were coming out that womb. They docked you on land. It created that birth certificate. That birth certificate is a bond. Okay, it's a bond. And what did they do? They took $1.5 million out of both parents' estate and put
Mm.
it in that trust. And you start off as a child with $3 million. And they took that $3 million
Woo.
and they leveraged out your life expectancy. And the work that you do is worth way more to them than what they're paying you. And they're only
Mm.
paying you peanuts out of your estate because your job application was a security with all of your information, your social. That job, the higher ups the job, they took that application, took it to the treasury because you're unalive on paper. And they released maybe like $15 million out of that estate, and they have that in an escrow account, and your job is paying you out of an escrow account of your money that they have. And they have insurance on you, and they're telling you they're giving you 401k, and they tell me they're gonna match a dollar, and that dollar that matches is coming from your estate that they're going to tax if you try to get out early. So this shit is deep.
That's
So
deep.
so that's that trust. So anything that you get that goes into account, any check that you get, any paycheck, any insurance check, if any credit cards you get, a car payment, all of that is coming out of your estate. And so, because you're dead on paper, and they have become the fiduciary over your estate because they turned you to a minor, that means that you don't deserve to have it because you're supposed to remove yourself out of being a minor to the age of
Mm.
majority and let them know on papers, which I have the paperwork to do that.
Mm. Mm.
To let them know, hey, I'm alive. And stop sticking your hands in my estate because I am the beneficiary. I am the heir over that estate that you tried to unalive me. And now I'm letting you know that I'm not dead. This is the real me, the real
Mm.
person, and shut down my estate from anybody sticking their greasy hands into that estate because everybody, they want you sick so you can go to the hospital and get in their social and they manage your health and you pay them out your estate without even knowing it. They want to write you a ticket. They want to stick their hands into your.
Wow. Wow.
They want to put you in jail and turn you to a trustee when you paying room and board and three lousy ass meals a day out of your estate. Okay, then this is what. So
Mm.
this is hell.
Mm.
So we have these entities in skin suit that came down here and put us in hell, and we are okay with that. We argue with each other because we're in prison, don't realize we're dead on paper, and we going back and forth with each other because we could only see each other. So we want to fight and fuss with what we see. And all this time, my mind, I know this. So I said, I can't. So I had people try to turn against me. But I said, the Great Spirit is allowing that because He's removing everybody away from me because I'm deep in my thinking and my understanding. I know these things. And so things that was meant to harm me, uh, make me, take me out, it didn't happen. Just the opposite happened because I'm connected to Source,
Mm.
because I have a deep understanding, and when people are asleep, I'm up. I'm up 2, 3, 4, 5 in the morning because that's the most peaceful time because ain't nobody up causing ruckus,
Yes.
and I'm talking to myself. I'm in and out of sleep, and then when I sleep, I'm coming out my body. I'm going places. I see my mom. I'm talking to them. I'm making business deals.
Mm.
Music is formulating in my head that I'm gonna produce and play. It's the most. It's when I'm most innovative. It's at nighttime. It's peaceful.
Mm.
And so the world, I know that things are going to change. My body's doing different things. I
Mm-hmm.
mean, you can't even talk to people about the stuff because it's crazy. That things happen with me. You can't even talk to people about. You can't talk to people about that. The world, I know the world is changing because In the past 5 years, I've been having things happen to me that, it's just blowing me away, but I'm taking it. So guys, get ready, get ready, get ready, get ready. Get
Get
ready.
ready.
Yeah, you should be rejoicing. You should be clapping your hands because where we're going, over 90% of the people in the world are not going. Man, come on,
That's
man.
right. That's right.
I'm excited about life. I'm happy. Not so much about me doing because I'm making people smile already. Yeah, we're making
Yes, you
people smile
are.
already. And so for any haters out there that said things that made it kill, well, she's only doing be mad. Don't be mad at her. She's only walking in her purpose.
Absolutely, Chief.
I'm, I'm only walking in my purpose.
Absolutely.
We were sent and mandated to be who we are today, and we answered the call.
That's
Many
right.
are called, but few
The
are
few are
chosen.
chosen. That's right.
Many have called and failed the test and didn't want to answer that call because they didn't want to stand out by themselves and alone. They were afraid
Yeah.
to be by themselves because they were going to be alone. But we didn't care. We answered the call because we were chosen and mandated. So there are rewards that come with that. And this right here, what we're doing, there is what you call kingdom points. Guys,
Come on,
everything
Chief.
is called points. And I've been saying for a long time, I knew a long time that I wasn't impressed with pleasing people. But I'm pretty. I
Mm,
know that when I step out, every move that I make is being watched. So when you people see you doing things, I'm just performing because I want to
mm.
fly. I want to pass that test with flying colors. I know that everything I'm doing, that when I lose this ghost, because one day we're not going to be here anymore, are we? I
That's
think about
right.
my great grandma, my
Unless we're gonna
grandmother.
live forever. I hope I do.
Well, right now, in the Bible, when it was talking about, the streets of gold, the people being able to live right now, I'm here to tell you that that time that time is closer because of the man bears being released. The Bible is a book, metaphor, but it's a pleasurized
Mm-hmm.
book that's been turned
Mm-hmm.
into an allegory. They got truths, a lot of truth in there, but lies and that mixed together. And so you got to really understand that
Yeah.
book. And it's not written in chronological order. And it's like I said, they turned into a Mary Had a Little Lamb story.
Mm-hmm.
And the book
Mm-hmm.
was really, to be honest with you, the book was really about the indigenous and indigenous people of the whole planet at one point. Just to be
Mm-hmm.
truthful about it, you know what I'm saying? But
Mm-hmm.
that's for a whole other story. But if you understand that book right there, it said that we can have streets of gold now if we want to.
That's right.
We can we can, we
Absolutely.
can, we can get in that man badge, and I think you can do it 3 times. That's about 300 years.
Mm.
And this is what they have been doing behind the scenes. When these entities are mastering these skin suits, they're living for all these years, which makes them very cunning, makes them
Mm.
wise, very wise. Just think
Right.
about if me and you lived to be 300 years and we got in the machine and they made us younger, we changed our whole identity and our name and moved to a different country and then came back and we
Mm.
young
Mm.
and and they made up a whole profile saying we came from this family because they do this stuff. And you in a 30-year-old body with a 300
Mm.
year old mindset. That means you don't respond.
Right.
You
Right.
can't be around regular people. You have to be a chameleon and act like you are smoke some angel dust because to believe in this
Mm-hmm.
beast system, you got to be on dope, man, mentally, spiritually, and physically. You got to act like you believe this, like you believe in professional sports, like because all of it's rigged. So these people are good at being community.
Wait a minute.
They blend in. They blend in. Like me. I mean, I can blend in,
Mm.
even though I have
Wow.
my mindset. It's just so different. You have to blend in because you can't talk a certain way because you expose how clever you are, and people look at you like you're an alien when you don't blend in with them. And that's why a lot of people would prefer to just get along and believe and believe in religion, believe in all this stuff
Mm-hmm.
because they cannot stand out and be a sore, I mean, like a sore thumb, and other people see them. They can't do that. They can't. With me, I don't care.
Mm.
But the people like that, we're being rewarded right now tremendously. We're being rewarded right
Absolutely.
now. I mean,
Hmm.
it's such a tremendous way. So we're gonna have to come together, and the purpose of us having this right there is so that, and whether you have 5, 10, 15 million bucks, you can get your a humanitarian project. You got your you got. I
Hmm.
mean, listen. There's no way you can have this wealth unless you have a trust. There's no way around it. No way around it. Whether it's from a bank, which you don't want, whether you get it from someone else, you can do that, or you can get it from me. The people who have gotten that trust from me, I want them from start to finish. I've talked to a
Hmm.
lady saying that she paid the guy all this money and he didn't really help her out. And after he gave it to her, he didn't call her. She's trying to call her, he don't return the phone
Hmm.
call. And I talked to this lady today on the phone today, and she said, "But Chief, could I split the payment up 3 different ways?" And I was talking to her. I heard her in the background. She was just crying. I didn't want to say nothing about it,
Hmm.
but she was
Hmm.
crying in the background. I just smiled and laughed. I just smiled inside and said, "I got you."
Hmm.
In the world, I said, "I got you, sister." And she was just
Hmm.
smiling. She was crying because she finally got relief. She finally said, "I said, listen,
Yes.
when I do trust for you, I'm going to see you get this trust open at the bank."
Hmm.
There are people out there that got templates. What a template gonna damn do? That don't mean you don't know nothing. You have to know how to
Yeah.
execute this thing. And they still sit on
Right.
these templates. She got a template of a living trust. And it's just sitting on it. And she tried to
Mm.
call the guy, won't call her. She paid this man all this money and won't call. And I said, man, but then she called me and I asked her to call for her. And she's gonna have her trust done this weekend. And she's gonna have a foreign EIN
That's
number.
beautiful,
I'm
Chief.
gonna, I'm gonna grab this sister. I'm gonna help her get this trust open at the bank, and she just wanted to get the trust open at the bank, and that's going to be manifest. It's going to happen for her, and I feel good about that. You know, I feel people saying they really appreciate you, Dr. Care.
Thank you,
With the
Chief.
information.
Thank you.
I got the email. So if anybody's trying to hate on us, man, you're a plumb fool because it's way to the people outside the few negative people who are still in hell in their minds. You're doing a
Mm.
great thing. I'm doing a great thing. We just answered the call, and many of you
Thank
are
you,
just
Chief.
as great. Many of you on here in the comments, you're just as great. And you're not listening to us because you're not no followers. You listen to us because you resonate with what we say, because you are what we say. And that's why we resonate. If you just we in here, y'all champion, you in the comments because you got a brother and a sister who speak your language. We
Absolutely.
speak we speak each other
We
language.
speak
We ain't got
the
no
same.
fans on here. We just got people on here. We just listening because you guys are in agreement. And when two or three are gathered, that's power. There's power there.
Mhm.
And it's an energy, and it's the energy can't be seen, but you're gonna feel it. You're
Chief,
gonna
could
feel
you
it.
speaking of energy that may in life, can you speak on what makes the trust powerful? Because one time you had said something about the EIN being like the life or the spirit of the trust.
And yeah, I was the first to say that. I haven't heard,
Yeah.
but now you got a lot of people trying to like they just so. Listen, I don't claim to be the smartest guy out there, but when you see this world the way I see it, and I haven't never heard that when I started saying the trust, I said, wait a minute, because they said that I've been studying trust laws, so they were saying that when the person so called dies, right, that
Mm-hmm.
trust is you still alive on paper.
Hmm.
That trust is still going to carry out your wishes and do what you say do, even though if you transition and die, that trust is you living.
Hmm.
I said, wait a minute. So the trust is the body. When you draw that trust up, it's you speaking in the
Hmm.
present and taking you and putting it on paper. So that's the body, but it's not alive.
Hmm.
It's a body. So what's going to bring that body? What's going to give that body? What's going to breathe a life and put a soul in that body? The foreign EIN number is a spirit,
Hmm.
and that spirit needs a body to breathe into. So when you take that trust document that's expressed in there what you want, and it needs life. And you take this foreign EIN number, which is the breath of life, the spirit, and you put those two together. You start. Guess what you did, guys? And this is why they didn't tell you that. I'm the first. You started a brand new identity. Now you just took the name that you were born with. People say, well, oh, you don't put a trust in your name. Let me break that shit down to you, man. It's not the name. It's the number.
Okay.
It's the beast number. The social security number is the beast. You disassociating with that by getting a foreign EIN number to go along with that new name. Now you have been resurrected and born again. It ain't got nothing to do with no damn Sunday service. This is how deep this stuff is. And so they can really only deal with the dead that they created because they are the dead. So the trust takes you out of being a corporation of dead to the uppercase and lowercase man and woman. And when you have done that, now you're on your way to some other things that which certain people who I'm going to choose to pick to show you how to utilize that.
Okay.
That's how powerful trust is. And no attorney would tell you this because they don't even understand it like that. No attorney knows this. They won't even tell you that right there. But this is why a trust costs so much if it was done by a professional attorney because of the power that it has, what I just said. And that's it in a nutshell, guys. You bring yourself to life, man. And
I know a man, Chief, that put his assets in the trust. And I don't know if you can put yourself in the trust, but this man, he put himself or his birth certificate, he put something in a trust. He went to prison for something, and I don't know what kind of prison it was, but they said that people were saying that the correction officers wouldn't touch him. The judges kept trying to put stuff on him while he was there in prison, and he would just put liens on all of them, judges, attorneys, correction officers, and they were like, this man is too powerful, we can't do nothing with him. Like, I think they I don't know why they put him in jail, but it was like a federal prison or something like that. So I wasn't even like, like blue collar crime. I don't know what happened, but they said this guy was so powerful. Then he was teaching other people about the trust and how to use it. They said when that dude got finished putting liens on people who kept trying to keep him in prison and put him in prison, take his assets, they all took their hands off of him and said, yeah, we can't touch him. Let him go. Stop bothering him.
That's a conversation. I know all that, but I want to be going into even depth about that because you go around start putting liens on judges like that. They start having people follow you. So that's a whole. See, I'm there with this. You got to know what you're talking about, know what you're doing, and this is not for the faint of heart right here because there's a mass exodus that's getting ready to happen when a certain amount of people start learning these things, and little bit by little bit we start breaking down that. See, that is an LLC, the corporation of crooks and thieves and mafia people. And so, unfortunately, guys, the policemen, the judge, the court system don't have anything to do with federal and anything to do with really caring about whether a law is broke. It's for commerce. They're sticking their hands into your state. Whether they write you a ticket or they throw you in jail, it's all about being able to get access to in the state that over 95% of the people in the world don't even know that it's there. They're after, they want you sick because they're after your estate. They want the rights. They out here giving you tickets because they're after your estate. They want to kidnap you and put you in jail. You should be in jail until you offer somebody, but they put you behind these jails, and when you behind walls, they call you a trustee because they're taking from your trust. It's all common.
Wow.
It's all common. So this is how wicked this world is. And you got a lot of men and women in blue who don't even realize that they're working for crooks and thieves and mobsters. They're the ones.
So, Chief, when they say that police have a quota to make, it just dawned on me. So they have a quota because they're probably they probably don't even know it, that they're trying to make enough money for the corporation that the corporation is stealing from your estate.
The holidays are all about taking from your estates. And see, on the holidays, they sit there and put all these people going in that damn road for Thanksgiving Day and Christmas Day. And the more people on the roads, you see the police force, they pick up on the holidays. They plucking people off like chickens. And they happy, they excited. Because they get a bonus for how many tickets that they write. They get a bonus. They have to have an incentive.
Right.
But certain people are outside the jurisdiction of the police to be able to bother. If the police knew, if the system, because a lot of these police don't even realize this stuff, but if they ran your name and they put your license and ran your name and saw something, your name appeared to them in a certain way, have a good day, sir. Drive safe. And guess what? That was done to me about 2 months ago. I'll just say that much.
When you came,
I was on the phone with a friend of mine, and we were talking about police. The police pulled me up. I said, "What the fuck do you want, man?" He come over and he act like I killed 10 people. Pull me up, and that's what makes me angry with the police. They try to ignite and excite you. They come into your car on 100. They skip 10. They on 100. They ass a buck. Their hands on their weapon. They looking at you for claiming that you ran the red light or claiming you ran a stop sign. And they act like you got 10 dead bodies in your car.
They do.
Oh, sir, would you mind step out your car? Man, would you mind for what? Well, no, I do not give you any consent to search or check my vehicle at all, period. In fact, sir or ma'am, I got my phone call. It's being recorded. I got people over here listen to every word that you say. You do not have any consent to search my vehicle, period. At all. I'm not stepping on my vehicle. You do not have any consent to search my vehicle. And am I under arrest? No. Okay, then why do you need to search my vehicle? Why do I need to step out? I'm not doing any of that. And in fact, you're scamming right now. Call your boss. You're scamming right now. I don't trust you. You're scamming right now. Call the lieutenant. Call him right now. They come out, write that ticket, right? UCC 1-308, all rights reserved on that ticket. And move on about your merry business.
Chief, you were mentioning go ahead. You mentioned the police. I don't know if you saw this, but I was downtown and I saw this sign. I don't know if you saw it at the beginning of the show. And it was on the business door. It says, private property, absolutely no ICE allowed. ICE agents may not enter private areas without a judicial warrant. At the bottom, it says, we do not consent to any searching without legal authority. But when it said private property, absolutely no ICE allowed. And this was on the door downtown at a beauty salon. I was like, oh my God. I thought about you immediately because you always talk about living in the private. I was like, they can stop ICE from coming in their business.
But you know what that says right there. The way I see it when you see something like that, and the way that the authorities who know better when they see something like that, it says that if I go in there without consent, I'm facing a major lawsuit. That's what that says. And these lawsuits are done in the private. But when you see something like that, when you see, it's a certain verbiage you speak. When you start speaking that certain verbiage, then it lets them know that if I take my chances, I'm facing a lawsuit. When you start talking about their surety bonds that the judge have on them, I'm gonna tell you this. I know too much, man. That's what I'm saying. I know that when I go to court, I go in there and I come right on out. I'll just say that much. I know the little games you play. You can play them games all you want to. How you want to play it? We can play patty cake. Let's go. With the jump rope, we double dutch. Let's do it. I got you. Because I know what you're after. But I went to court about 2-3 weeks ago when I walked in there. Oh, that's him. That's him. Damn right, it's me.
He's a bad man.
It's him. You damn right it's me. Like, get me up out of here. You wasting my time.
Mm,
You wasting my time.
mm,
They didn't want to accept my paperwork because they didn't want to be guilty. So when I got it, I knew what to say, and I knew what to write on that damn paper. When the judge saw her, she had to leave out the courtroom and go and have a recess, 2 or 3 different
wow.
times. Came back and heard me. They got me up out of there. Got me up out of there. But I'm
Mm.
not playing. I don't need to be governed because I'm self-governed. I'm a righteous man.
I heard that too.
I'm a righteous man. And then a lot of people get on these social media platforms and run their damn mouth like they want to feel important.
Mm-hmm.
But the knowledge that I have is not for everybody. It's not.
No.
It don't mean you can go out there and just do what you want to do. And so I act like a lot of stuff I know I won't even dare talk on it because everybody's not ready for this right here.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
We're not ready for it. I'm not out here bothering people. I'm not out here just trying to break the law. Not every cop is a bad cop. You got some good cops and out there, good. They don't understand what they're really in right now. So
Mm-hmm.
a lot of them just want to get home safe to their families.
Right.
That's all they want to
Right.
do. So you got a lot of good cops out there. You got a few bad ones out there, but the few bad, they're really bad. They got some bad cops out there too as well.
Mm-hmm.
Profiling, in the melanated communities, robbing people. A lot of these had their lunch money taken to school. With beat up as they're short. It's for whatever reason like that. But I don't need to be governed because I'm self-governed. I'm a righteous man.
I love that.
I'm out these streets doing righteous things, helping people. I'm doing things for humanity. I'm doing things right now that the celestial family would be happy about. So are you doing things, people, that the family can look down upon you?
Mm-hmm.
Are they gonna say you lied on this? One of the worst things you can do is tell a lie on someone.
Hmm.
That's one of the worst things you can do because that means you're trying to cause chaos in people's life, and that's what you call sorcery.
Mm.
And people who do that are being judged now. You're gonna be judged for that. That's not righteous.
Mm.
And you think you're gonna come into some wealth and you out there doing evil and wicked things? No, it don't work like that.
Yeah.
It don't work.
Sure
It's
doesn't.
gonna come back to hunt you.
Mm.
So that's why I'm saying if you have an opportunity to repent and that person that you have trespassed, that brother and sister that you have trespassed against, you need to be doing that shit swiftly. If you know what I know.
Swiftly.
Swiftly. And that's your damn problem. People, you think you're cocky. You think that this life is yours to act like a baboon and monkey. It is not yours to do that. You've been sent down here for a reason. And it wasn't to act like a damn fool.
Mm.
It wasn't. So guess what? I like who I am. I like what I'm doing. Because I haven't lied on nobody. I haven't scammed anybody. And I put my life on the line. I don't have to do that. But can that liar put their life on the line about speaking on the righteous man and woman? Can you do that?
Mm.
I bet
Mm.
you can. Can you do
Mm.
that? Can you?
Speak to.
So yeah, so you can't do that. You cannot do that. Because the wicked will flee with no pursuit. And it's too late to run right now because the world is changing over for the righteous people. The righteous are going to get an inheritance, and the righteous are going to hold on to their hand. See, a lot of people are going to come into this wealth and not have themselves structured and set up the right way, and they're going to lose more than half here.
Mm.
If you think that this beast system going to sit there and lesson people, some novice, because we're all novice at being wealthy. If
Right.
you if you think for 1 minute, 1 moment, that this beast system is gonna let novice people get a hold of some money and don't try to get half of it, you got to be out your plumb mind. They're
Mm.
coming. They're coming for us. I'm
Mm.
telling you that. I was telling you earlier that New York State saying they're trying to take half. So a lot of people who are wealthy are going to be leaving New York City.
Right.
Watch. So if you think that novice people that's coming into some wealth, that you think they're not going to try to come out of it, so guess how you protect it? In trust. That's how you protect it. So you better
Mm.
get your trust, whether you have it from me, a bank, or someone else. But just make sure whoever you get your trust from, that they're going to be with you from start to finish. Because then a lot
Mm-hmm.
of people this up. I stand here today because I've had my trust over 3 years, and I went in there and I did all the work, and I've helped so many people get their trust opened up and took them to the bank who have turned against me and lied on me. I've helped these people. I've took them down, and I can tell them to put your life on the line if I didn't do that. You're a liar.
Mm-hmm.
I took these people down to the Superior Court. I have got documentation
Wow.
recorded, and I took two people down there and said, "Hey, go in there and do it," and they got turned down. And I took that
Mm.
paperwork, went up there a different day, and that's
And
favor,
did
ain't
it.
it's favor. It's favor. Now these people want to act like, oh, I catch these people going to the bank that I told them got that trust opened up, the bank that I told them, and my banker told me that.
Mm. Mm.
So I set up two more people on the same day and called these people coming out the bank and said, oh, now, oh, you the man right now. It's amazing, man. It is truly amazing, man. People want to be you, but you should be being yourself. You should be the best at being you, not nobody else. And that's what people's
Mm.
problem is. But I've learned so much, and I'm happy that I've gone through what I've gone through because it made me a powerful, solid, more wiser man. My life where I'm going right now, and I'm focused on the people who I know that love me. I'm doing
Mm-hmm.
self-love, okay then? And
Yes, sir.
you're powerful not only for what you can do for yourself, but what you can do for those who need you, don't only realize that they need you, that you love. That's
Mm.
what makes you powerful. Not only for what you can do for yourself.
People are in the comment section saying, they hope you pick them to teach them this knowledge. Uh, some people say they know what you're talking about. They're like, he know what he's talking. They're like, I understand what he's saying. I know what he's talking about. So, Chief, if somebody wants to reach you for a consultation, or if they desire a trust, how can they contact you? I'm gonna put it in the chat.
That's Unity in Motion 45 at yahoo.com.
Okay.
I want to make something clear again because I had a lady that reached out to me and said she wanted her consultation feedback, and I sent it to her. But I'm at this point right now. I'm people, y'all don't realize how valuable I am because I can decide to shut down right now and focus on me.
Mm-hmm.
Don't take me for granted. Don't take Dr. Care for granted. If you don't send me no consultation fee to turn back around and ask for it back.
Yeah.
Don't deal with me. If you send money for the trust, there are no refunds at all. Period. I'm gonna cut this out. I'm gonna cut it out. Don't send me no If you heard me right now, from here on out, if you send a consultation fee, there are no refunds. Period.
Yeah, I've
Don't
dealt
send
with
me.
plenty.
If those, because
I've
I'm
dealt with
too
plenty
valuable.
of businesses where I hired people or I did things, and I read the contract, and I knew when I signed it that there was no refunds, and I just ate it. I wasn't disrespectful, saying why that's not fair. You got to understand the terms and conditions.
Yeah. Calls, and you get on that damn phone, me acting upon the calls are going to be recorded. I have people, my business part, the calls are being recorded. How about that? So if you think you're gonna say something slick, Dr. Kid knows everything. That when I talk to her people, she knows everything. I tell her everything. So there have been people trying to call her and say, well, why are you talking to she? She did this to me. I said, Kid, that man got a trust. He got the trust and the foreign EIN number. But he made that be because the foreign EIN number didn't come in time. It's not my fault. But that was
I had to
doing
tell them. I had to tell several people that the EIN doesn't come from you. I'm like, that's not Chief Mac's issue. Or they'll say, well, he didn't do this and he didn't do that for me. And then I show them the receipts and then it gets quiet. And I'm like, you have to operate in honor and integrity. You
yeah.
can't just go talking about people and saying things because maybe you had a change of heart or you're not sure if you should spend your money that way. But listen, I have friends that are attorneys and that are trust advisors. They pay thousands with an S. They charge thousands with an S for a trust.
And if you think you're gonna be calling an attorney up, asking them open-ended questions, they're gonna hit you up, man, $300-$400, man, for maybe half an hour. So
Yeah.
don't. I have a lot of knowledge and information, man. If you're on that damn phone with me, man, we're gonna. That's the people. When your heart is right, we're gonna talk. We're gonna put our heads together. We're gonna come up with a master plan, man. And
Yes.
I just want people to win together. But all this being indecisive, and then you think you need some money, you think you're gonna call me up because no, that's not gonna work like that. Don't get on the phone with me. Don't don't call me. Don't send me no consultation. If you send money for a trust, there are no refunds. I had a person that got the trust from me, Kia.
Mm-hmm.
I
Mm-hmm.
had a person that got a trust from me and some blackout paperwork. They didn't say nothing
Okay.
about the blackout paper. They was calling me back saying that I don't know what you this is how I'm gonna tell you, this is how off people are.
Hmm.
This person texted me saying, I don't know what you, Dr. Kid Maria, got going on. But y'all, whatever the authorities came to my house and questioned me about some nefarious acts that you guys got going on. I don't know what you guys got going on, but I know I didn't appreciate the cops coming and question me about you guys. So I'm just gonna say nicely, just if you could just go ahead and refund me for the trust that I don't have. But then when you look right up there above the comments, thank you, Chief. I got my foreign EIN number. I said, look at this clown right here, man. What they
Yeah,
make these people? Goodness, man.
I
And so
know.
I ignored it. So the second time, I sent her a copy of what she's saying. Chief, thank you. I got my foreign EIN number, but you just coming to me because you need some money, but you think you don't come to me and tell me a dog ate your homework type of tale because you need some money, but you think you don't come to me. That's how crazy and foolish people
Mm-hmm.
are. And that's
Mm-hmm.
the kind of crap I deal with that makes me angry. And these are the
Mm-hmm.
kind of people that get on there trying to badmouth you, but I will shoot your socks off you. For anybody who
Mm-hmm.
slander me and put your mouth, and that's not even saying what the Great Spirit gonna do to you, but that's the kind of foolish stuff that we have to deal with, Kill.
Yeah, yeah. I know.
People
I
think
used to.
yeah,
I was so surprised when I would. Somebody says, "Yes, sir. All rights reserved." I would be so surprised when, I would hear some negative comments, and I'm like, or people being disrespectful. I'm like, you're literally getting life changing information. Like, be
yeah,
respectful. But it just goes to show that everybody's not ready.
yeah,
And you say this all the time. People that live in the private, they don't mingle with everyday people. They're not common. They don't get all on the internet. They don't share their business. They don't. People would not know how to handle that type of information. And I get it. I get it now. I get it because I've
yeah,
met, I'm wealthy in spirit, but I've met some true millionaires and billionaires, and they just move differently.
yeah,
And at first, I would think, why are they standoffish, or why are they very meticulous about what they say, or why won't they just come straight out and say the deep state is evil and it's being collapsed? They are very meticulous with their words. They conserve their energy. They're not. They don't do all that. And as I grow in my spiritual development, I come to understand that you need to be mindful of what you say and how you move.
tremendously, man. This is why the rich and the wealthy are careful. They're not easily angered.
Mm-mm.
They're calm
Mm-hmm.
because they got people that handle you if you slander them or say this and do that. Because they have to stay calm. Why? Because they
Mm.
have to protect their offspring's inheritance.
I
This is why.
see.
This
Mm.
is why. This is
Mm.
when somebody wealthy, when you're wealthy, that you know that the people. My uncle told me this about 20 some years ago. He's wealthy. He said when you become rich and wealthy, he said one of the number ones you have to do is protect your wealth from people trying to get it from you.
Mm. Mm.
That's a whole new ball game. So this is why you have to stay calm and collective in all that you
Mm.
do, and you should be practicing on that now, guys. Do you hear me? We gonna enter a whole new world,
Mm.
a whole new world. When you got these millions, when you don't have to go to work and rob Peter to pay
Yeah.
Paul, can wake up when you want to
Mm.
wake up, can help out who you decide to help out. That's heaven on earth. That's a whole. Do you realize how many people wish they can do that? You know how many people wish they don't have to wake up in the morning 5 days a week, 5 o'clock in the morning to get ready for work, and you're tired at night. The
Mm-hmm.
kids at home by themselves got to dress and get themselves ready for school, and you working, and you come home tired. You come home, you leave the house when it's dark, and you come home when it's dark,
That's
and your
crazy.
family gets sloppy leftovers of you.
Yeah.
That's not called living. I don't want that for anybody I know, and you shouldn't want that for anybody, yourself, anybody you know. So I'm speaking life, inheritance, abundance, freedom, prosperity, health, and wealth over your life as well as mine, and that no weapon, seen or unseen, is formed against the righteous, which we are. And that any tongue that rises up against us, the snares you set, you are setting up snares for
For
yourself,
yourself.
and that's a promise.
Mm-hmm.
That's a promise.
It's the truth.
It's a promise, and it's happening already. Get righteous, guys, because if you get this money, you got to have righteous hands. It's going to enter into.
Thank you, Chief. Chief, I want to thank you for giving me a donation today. I really appreciate you
Yeah.
and for how you take good care of me and how you've helped the Soul Tribe. You are a true, honorable man of God, and I appreciate you. I just want you to know that. I'm saying that publicly. Thank you. There
Yeah.
many people have talked about how you sent them money, you've given people food, you've helped people, you've given some trust, for you discount, some you gave away for certain reasons. You've helped people. We saw you on live when you were just doing a live, and some young men came up to you and started asking you for advice. If you were my age, what would you advise me to do? And you when you looked at them, you said, "There's some trust fund babies," and they were. They were like, "Oh,
Yeah.
my dad does trust." And we even saw you were live one day, and you had to rescue somebody from a group of guys beating him up and trying to take his life. You are a true man of God, and I honor you for that.
I just wish there was just more people like that, man.
Yeah.
Like that. But this is why I'm being put in position, and to be who I am and what I am right now. And I
Yes.
believe in reward and good behavior. And I know
Yes.
that if the righteous people meet each other, it shouldn't be a one-way street. We
Mm,
should both equally benefit from each other. And I don't come to the table empty-handed.
you
And
don't.
that's how I win. I don't come to the table empty-handed. And that's what's wrong with people. People want something for nothing. And it doesn't add up like that. That's not how you win. You should come to a table with something to give. And a lot of people, especially us, we don't do that. So, but I'm just saying, I'm excited for where we're going,
Mm.
for the Soul Tribe. It's going to be a day we're going to wake up really soon, guys, and they're going to say that Dr. Kid going to be dressed up in a gold, her hair looking nice and pretty, and dolled up, and we're going to say it is here. I'm going to be
It's
dressed
here.
up in my suit. And I want to tell Frank 26, I, Frank 20, you don't do it like I do with the suit game, Frank.
He be dressing, don't he? He be
Yeah,
dressing.
but Frank would probably wear like a 44 regular. I'm in a 50 regular. So how about that, Frank?
Wow. Wow.
I'm in a 50. I'm in a big boy jacket with a small waist. It's all
Friends and family. Go ahead. If
it's
y'all
all
want to
good.
get in touch with Chief Mac, please send him an email for a consultation or for a trust. Send it to unityemotion45@yahoo.com. If you want to send him a donation or payment for your consultation, you can send it to $Alan Judah 47. That's $. Thank you, Sister Janine, for putting his email up. That's our moderator. We appreciate you. $, Alan Judah 47.
If you haven't subscribed to me real quick, just go to Cheap Mac and subscribe to me, guys. I got some really good, heartfelt stories and just the information that really help us mentally, spiritually, emotionally, and financially soon, guys. So subscribe to me, Chief Mac, and subscribe to me there. I may be doing a live tomorrow, but I just let the spirit use me
Okay.
and just give the people what they need, guys.
Okay, Chief, I'm about to pull up that trying to pull up your YouTube account. Okay, here we go. Chief Mac. So family, yeah, you could just text Chief Mac on YouTube, and I'll show it to you what it looks like right here. Hold on. We look forward to seeing you live tomorrow, Chief. You keep people laughing. When you do your lives, you're very humorous. Here
Yeah,
it
I'm
is
a
right
funny
here,
guy.
family. Chief Mac. Got some good stories. Got a great bank story there where somebody actually, Mrs. C took a trust to her bank, and when they found out she had a private trust, and They treated her like royalty. She couldn't wait to tell us her testimony and how they were like, well, who sent you here? And she said, well, Chief Mack is the one that taught me this. They were like, well, can we meet this guy? And it was a great bank story. Great bank story.
It's really the number one
Also,
bank
let
story.
me it is. Because they even talked to her about the currencies, foreign currencies, helped her set up the trust, took her to the ATM machine, showed her how everything was going to work.
And they talked about that the trust was a living body. It was,
They did. Somebody said, David said, thank you all and good night. You're welcome. I also want to let me go ahead and remind everybody, send Chief Mack again an email if you want to do a consultation with him to unityemotion45@yahoo.com. And I also want to thank Edward for sending me a donation. And I think I already mentioned Zinga. Thank you for the donation. Gilberto, thank you. Chief Max sent the donation. Thank you. Brother James sent the donation. Sister Susie, I appreciate you. Who else? Sister Deborah says, thank you for your hard work. You're welcome. I'm so honored that you all appreciate the work that we do in here with the Soul Tribe. And Empress Vale sent me, she said, give thanks to you. Brother Larry said, this is a love donation. Thank you. Thank you all for all the love. Thank you, Sister Rhonda. Thank you, Sister Bessie. Thank you all for the donations for the Cash App. My Cash App, for anybody asking, is $ Mama Kia 13, $ MAMAKIA 13. And remember, silver and gold took serious hits over the last couple days, but they're going up. I told you when I said tonight, a couple hours ago, I said I'm gonna go live because silver is $68, and that's a kind of low considering in January is 130. So I was like, let me go ahead and go live. And so I set up the live and I was doing some things. 2 hours later, it was almost $75. So it's going back up. Gold is going back up. So get it while you can, if you are able to. Nobody's trying to force anybody because it may not be in everybody's budget. But if you do desire silver and gold or one or the other, contact my affiliate, Miles Franklin. You can send an email to Unity in Motion. Lord, that's Chief Mac. You can see the email to info@milesfranklin.com. Send an email to info@milesfranklin.com. Or if you want silver and gold and you just don't want to leave an email, you want to call them, call 952-929-7006. Let them know that Dr. Kia Pruitt referred you so you can get the best prices in the industry. You can have it sent directly to your door, or you can have it sent to a post office or somewhere like that where you can have to show up and show your ID. It'll be 100% insured. Nobody else can pick it up but you. Miles Franklin also has a storage program. And of course, everything's insured. And if you want a gold IRA, you can also call for that. So that's 952-929-7006, or send an email to info@milesfranklin.com. Let them know that you heard about that gold and silver from the Dr. Kia Pruitt Show, or you heard about Miles Franklin from the Dr. Kia Pruitt Show. And I'll end with that, but I'm going to turn this over I'm going to yield to Chief Mac for final words and benediction.
It is a beautiful time to be alive when you are connected to the right people and source.
Yes.
And we are connected to the right people and sources with us. Get your beauty rest, Kia. You passed your bedtime.
It is. Can you see it in my eyes, Chief? Yeah. I'm so tired. It is past my bedtime. All right, Soul Family, thank you so much for joining us. Thank you for Divine Waters and for Janine, Sister Janine, who just had a birthday. Y'all wish Sister Janine a birthday. Happy birthday. Thank you, too, for being my moderator and keeping the chat moving. I love you and I appreciate you. Thank you, Soul Tribe. And remember, on tomorrow, we're going to have Dr. G, Sister Naila Gillum. Her name is Dr. G. She is the co-host of the official House of Reawakening Minds. She'll be on the show tomorrow at 2:00 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. So you want to make sure you make that. Let me show you what that looks like. And then on Thursday, we're going to have Reverend Dr. Latanya Taylor. She is a beautiful woman. Can't wait to get her on as well. She'll be on Thursday at 6 p.m. She is a world-renowned life coach and a spiritual leader. She will be on. So Dr. G tomorrow at 2. And then let me show you right quickly. Dr. Latanya, the following day, Thursday at 6 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. And then the following week, we're going to have Orisha Stone. Orisha Stone is the one who made my jewelry. He's going to be on next week. And we're going to have Princess Elizabeth. Princess Elizabeth is the one who is the trigger for releasing one of those major trusts that you all know about, several of them, because she comes from a bloodline family that's attached to King Solomon and others. So we talked about the King Solomon Trust, the Saint Germain Trust, the Rodriguez Trust, the Ancient Dragon Society Trust. All those trusts will be released to help humanity at some point in time. For her to be coming back on my show, you know that we are extremely, extremely close. So I don't want to keep you all. I'll be keeping you updated on who's coming on the show and any new intel that we get. All right, Chief, you're right. I'm so tired I can barely talk.
I'm going.
I'm getting ready to go. All right. You good?
Yes.
Okay. All right. We love you so, family. It is like 1 o'clock. Oh, I didn't know it was 1 o'clock in the morning, Chief, but we got 740 people in the chat.
Listen, man, these folks, man, we got folks up here, man. Sleeping is overrated, man. I'm up like
we got lives to change.
Yeah,
what'd you say?
I just left the gym and I just came this way. I'm about to go in. Listen, I'm going here. I'm going to take a shower. I'm going to meditate. I'm going to just think about goodness and how the life is going to change and create my virtual reality into a fruition to come. Guys, do this stuff, man. Get out there and go get you a purchase order on a car, a house, man. Go out there and look at some nice houses and speak and say, that's my house. That's my car. I'm healthy. I'm wealthy. Man, just do these things, guys. It's on its way.
It's on its way. All right, Chief. Have a great night. Y'all remember, if you have something you're trying to, you're going to manifest and something you're just trying to figure out and you want to work out something before you go to sleep, tell yourself, I'm going to resolve this issue, or I'm manifesting this. And you might want to play high vibrational music as you go to sleep, because your subconscious mind guides 90% of your behavior. Whatever a part of your programming is what manifests. So program yourself to be a higher vibrational being. Tell yourself you're going to work out your issues, or you're going to come to a solution. By the time you wake up, you'll wake up refreshed with an answer. That's why our elders used to say, let me sleep on it, because they went to sleep intentionally, relaxed enough to hear from God or the ancestors or their higher selves and work out anything that it is that they had on their minds. So that's it, Chief. I love you so much. I'll talk to you soon.
Okay.
All right. Thank you. All right. Soul Tribe, remember, contact Chief Mac if you want to trust, or if you desire to, because somebody asked me again, or if you desire to do a consultation. Let's see where he's at. Unity in Motion 45@yahoo.com. This $ Alan Judah is where you would send a consultation fee, or if you just want to send him a donation. But let me see if I can find his. I said it, but sometimes people want to see it, Chief. So I'm just trying to see if I can find it.
And if you send a consultation with Cash, leave your telephone number in the Cash App. Leave in the comments. It's a donation, and leave your telephone number there.
Okay, make sure you leave your telephone number. All right, family, we love you. Sleep well. Travel safely when you go to sleep, because you'll be doing some astral traveling, and we'll talk to you tomorrow. Good night. Good night, Chief.
Good night.
Good night, Soul Tribe, and thank you so much. Thank you so much for being here, Soul Tribe. We are going to go out with our outro, and I'll still be in the back office in case somebody has a question that I can answer in the chat. I love you.
Dr. Kia preach, shining wisdom's light, teaching soul tribe how to see through the night. Ancient scriptures and bloodlines she knows, spreading truth wherever she goes. Soul tribe rising, hear her call, raising vibrations for one and all. Dr. Kia shows the way to a brighter, freer day. Through her channel, knowledge flows, breaking chains that hold us close, teaching paths to abundance and wealth, guiding others to free themselves. Soul tribe rising, hear her call, raising vibrations for one and all. Dr. Kia shows the way to a brighter, freer day. From currencies to investments divine, she's helping her tribe to realign with wisdom, ancient and new, showing what we all can do. Soul tribe rising, hear her call, raising vibrations for one and all. Dr. Kia shows the way to a brighter, freer day. Soul tribe rising, hear her call, raising vibrations for one and all. Dr. Kia lights the way to a new and brighter day.
All right, Soul Tribe. Good evening. Oh, someone sent the gift. Thank you so very much. Let me see if I can read that. Who is? Thank you so much, Sister Shanna or Shayna Crowders. Thank you. God bless you. Heaven smile on you. I am so grateful for your kindness and your thoughtfulness. I appreciate you so much. Sister Janine, our moderator, also says thank you. You're so kind. Face the Nation, we appreciate you. You're dancing to the music. Somebody asked me, so in a chat, they were like, so where can I get that song though? That was this song I played. The outro is my theme song that was written by Brother Kenneth. He's one of our Soul Tribe members. I'm going to put it in the chat for you, just so anybody might want to hear it. You know, sometimes I hear it in my sleep. It's funny. And I'll be walking down the street singing the song. I'm like, oh my God, I just love it. I love it. It's so, I don't know, it's calming. It makes you feel good. Shout out to Brother Kenneth. Thank you, Brother Kenneth, for writing that song for me. Beautiful voice singing it. I'm honored. I am very, very honored by the love that the Soul Tribe shows me. And I'm very grateful to all of you just lining up, being part of the tribe. Thank you for hitting the like button. Thank you for sharing the videos. Subscribe to the channel. I wanted to quickly say, for those of you who heard us mention RV, what is that? A revaluation of currencies mean that all of these countries that had currencies that were devalued, where the currencies were rendered worthless because of war or due to sanctions that were put on those countries because they didn't want to do business the way United States Incorporated wanted them to do business. When they had sanctions placed on them or they had war declared against them, their economies suffered. Their economies were destabilized, and that caused their currency to devalue. Well, after their currencies would devalue because nobody was doing business with them or the United States would punish them, then the people would start to suffer. Well, people that were presidents, corporate CEOs, bankers, or banksters, that's what I call them, presidents, they would go into those countries that were war torn, had their currencies devalued because the economy was struggling. They would go into those current countries, buy up their currencies that were low. Because say like around when there's a war around the Middle East, the Kuwaiti dinar suffered. It used to be higher than the United States dollar, higher than the USD. It might have been like 361, something like that. Then after war was in that region, the Kuwaiti dinar plummeted to just a few cents. And they were struggling over there. Now they were doing better than the United States. Currency was stronger. But because of war, sanctions, all that going on in their area, their currency plummeted to just a few cents. It was worthless. So all the elites who knew about that said, oh, now that the United States caused war in that area, we're going to buy up their currency that had been devalued because of wars or sanctions. We're going to hold on to it. The United States, who had declared war, would fund both sides of the war. Everybody, all the elite in their little secret society, brothers and sisters, buy up the currency. And some people in the military that just knew about it. Some of them weren't even a part of the elite. They just knew about it. They would hold on to the currency that had been devalued through war or sanctions. Wait till the United States go back in those countries and rebuild the infrastructure, put things back in order, and then the currency would go right back to its pre-war or pre-sanctioned value. It was reinstated. You might hear people talk about an RI. It was reinstated back to its pre-war or pre-sanctioned value. So now, remember, it was the Kuwaiti dinar might have been like 361 because of the war and sanctions that were going on in that region. It plummeted to like 16 cents, just a few cents compared to the USD. People bought it up after the war, rebuild the infrastructure. Then it was reinstated back to 361 or whatever it was. And when it was reinstated, only the people who had bought the currency when it was devalued and held on to it, now that it was reinstated, knew what to do. Key people. It was 1991. The Kuwaiti dinar had been reinstated. You know what happened? It was pitch black in Kuwait at the time. It was a power outage. In March, pay attention to the cues, please. In March, during Ramadan, a blackout. Right before the blackout, they were saying, oh, the currency won't revalue. Oh, it won't be reinstated. Oh, it's just going to stay perpetually devastated. But there were key people who knew it was going to be reinstated, RI, back to its pre-war, pre-sanctioned value. Those people who had bought it at 16 cents, now in the bank in the middle of the night during a blackout. I got the articles to prove it. Went to the bank and said, I heard that the currency was reinstated. And it was a simple currency exchange. They didn't need all this paperwork. You know what I mean? All this paperwork. They didn't have to have, 5,000 different documents and, all this rhetoric. No, it was a simple currency exchange. They took identification, proof of their residency. If they had a trust, which was served them well to have one because they want to protect the assets, they went in there and just exchanged it with the new rate. But it was really an old rate, a pre-war, pre-sanction. It was reinstated. Well, now we're talking about a revaluation. Higher, more than a reinstatement. Because now you're talking about not just reinstating the country's currency back to its pre-war, pre-sanctioned values, but you're talking about backing up those currencies all over the world with the resources from their individual nations. A revaluation is assessing a new value, revaluation, a different value on the currency based on the country's resources. What are those countries' resources? I looked it up. It's not just gold, silver, palladium, platinum, other precious metals, rare earth minerals, oil, precious stones, but it's also land. Land can back a country's currency. Water, waterways. What is the greatest resource, according to business people in the know, economics? Human resources. All of these things, agricultural land, arable land, can back up a country's currencies. So countries' currencies all over the world will be revalued because we're having a global currency reset. That's another phrase you're going to hear, GCR, global currency reset. The whole financial economic system is going to be completely changed. Resetting, global currency reset. All countries' currencies worldwide will be revalued. Reinstated back to its lawful value, but revalued because of what? Because most of these countries, and not all of them by now, have returned their stolen money, repatriated their gold back from the Vatican, worked with other countries to return money that was laundered from those countries. All that will back their currencies, as well as the gold, silver, palladium, platinum, rare earth minerals, precious jewels, precious stones, water, arable land, and people that will back these currencies. So if you have bought any of these countries' currencies, many people talk about Iraq, Venezuela, Zimbabwe, Vietnam, other ones. If y'all still here, you can put it in the chat. Indonesian rupiah, Indian rupee. Now, I do have a private group. We talk about the countries that people are sleeping on. We like, we don't want to say this out loud because everybody, some people be like, nah, that's not it. We only sticking with Iraq. We only sticking with Vietnam. So we have a private group. You can hit the join button on any of my videos or just go to the Dr. Kia Pua Show on YouTube and you will see the join button. Hit the join button. We'll talk about it in a private group. But these countries' currencies all over the world were revalued. Why are they revaluing? Well, I told you what makes the United States dollar the world reserve currency, with the strongest performing currency in the world at one time. The king dollar, everybody would say dollar's king. What made the dollar, the USD, the world reserve currency was the United States of America Incorporated, the corporation, the fake government that took over our republic, the United States Incorporated, would force all nations to use the dollar the USD in order to get oil from Saudi Arabia. So the United States Incorporated had an agreement with Saudi Arabia to protect the Saudi kingdom. Shout out to Andy Sheckman for teaching me this. The United States Incorporated had an agreement with Saudi Arabia to protect the Saudi kingdom in exchange for the oil, and they would force all nations to get oil only from Saudi Arabia. Why do you think they put sanctions on Venezuela? They got oil too. Nope, can't get it from there. Can't get it from Iran, can't get it from Iraq, only from Saudi Arabia. So they had an agreement, protect the Saudi kingdom in exchange for the oil. They forced all nations to get oil from Saudi Arabia using the USD only. If Gaddafi, any country's leader said, I want to use my own country, I want to use gold, they get rid of them. Any country be like, nope, I don't want to deal with the United States Incorporated. They're not the real lawful people. The lawful people in America that's supposed to be running their own government are the so-called black folk. That's why you think the Colombian president said before he got captured, Maduro stood up at the UN last year in November and said, the Black American people, the black folk, they are the only a true original indigenous people of the Americas. Why you think they hate Russia? The United States corporate hate Russia. They had a problem with Colombia. They had a problem with Kim Jong-un. They call them dictators. That Russia's gonna unalive you. Had us all scared in the 80s, hiding under desks in the 70s and 80s, thinking the Russians were gonna get us. Scared of Kim Jong-un, because these nations were like, you are a corporation, United States Incorporated. You are bullies. You are not the people, the original peoples of the Americas. You misclassify. You made them prisoners of war. You misclassified them, called them Black, Negro, African American, blah, blah, blah. We know who they are. Some people call them Moors. We know who they are. They're indigenous people. And they have treaties with some other nations before you got there. We're not doing business with you. Well, then they just call them evil, or they put sanctions on them, or they unalive their leaders. Well, that time is up. This is deliverance season. That time is up. Nations got together. Project Sandman or Operation Sandman was an agreement between 209 nations to, when triggered, stop trading with the dollar and use their own currencies backed by precious metals for trade. What was the trigger? You gonna call me, sister? I do need to get some rest. You're right. I need to get some well rest. You gonna call me? Okay. You gonna call my sister on me? Oh man, if you call my sister on me, oh Lord, I'm gonna be in trouble. My sister cussed me out on a live the other day. My big sister, she my sister friend, my girlfriend from. If Sister Keisha, if you hear, you know who it was. Our homegirl, the nurse, cussed me out, told me get my ASS in the house. I was doing a live all hours of the night. So Janine's gonna call her on me. But the trigger was Vladimir Putin. He went to, when he did the Ukraine war and instigated war, or whatever you call it, declare war. Biden put sanctions on him. 2022. Putin said, I'll use my own Russian ruble. I don't need the United States. I didn't put sanctions on me all you want. The Russian ruble became the strongest performing currency in the world in 2022. Then Vladimir Putin went to the BRICS conference, Brazil, Russia, India, China, South Africa, told everybody, look, y'all can use my currency for trade. And his currency was the strongest performing currency in the world. And then he said, you know what? Let me go on over here to the BRICS conference the next year and tell y'all, use your own local currencies for trade. We're all going to stop trading with the dollar. Remember that agreement we had called Project Sandman, Operation Sandman? And y'all said when triggered, we would all stop trading with dollar. Yeah, I'm that trigger, Vladimir Putin. Because he ticked off Biden when he went to the war in Ukraine. He uncovered all his money laundering, all of the labs that were there, where some of the diseases were created, child trafficking, X-ray trafficking. He uncovered all that. Some of that information went to James Comer, chair of the House Oversight Committee at the time. And you can go to the House oversight.house.gov, type in Biden. You see all his allegations against Biden. You can see, at least you used to be able to see receipts, testimonies, people speaking about against the Biden crime family. That's what he called it. I mean, he uncovered a lot when Putin went to Ukraine. Then they send a lot of Ukrainians over here. I don't know if y'all noticed this, but they didn't just get regular jobs. Some of them was in banking jobs, corporate jobs. Like, dang. All you got to do is somebody have war in your country. You can go to the greatest country in the world and get a banking position, handle somebody's money. Okay. By the way, the Ukrainian mafia, Ukrainian cartel owns downtown Cleveland. Look it up. I was born and raised in Cleveland, Ohio. And in 2020, the PNC Bank was closed in Louisville, Kentucky, where I raised my children, because it was controlled by Ukraine and the CCP, the Chinese Communist Party. But anyway, I digress. And in Louisville, Kentucky, during 2020, 10,000 automatic weapon parts was confiscated by the feds. It came from the CCP, Chinese Communist Party. So Vladimir Putin was the trigger when he went and uncovered all this shenanigans going on in Ukraine. Biden put sanctions on him. He clapped back. He started using his own currency, the Russian ruble, for trade. He then went to the BRICS conference, Brazil, Russia, India, China, South Africa, where many people had joined. By 2022, you had 85% of the global population that was a part of the BRICS, including Saudi Arabia. That's why they called it Saudi BRICS. Then they named it BRICS Plus. And he said, hey, we all going to use our own local currency. He said, I'm going to do you one better. I'm going to help you support your military. I'm going to back you up. I got my military. We're going to be all good. Why don't you do another thing? Do me another favor. Kick out the colonists. Talk to me, Africa, Senegal, Burkina Faso, Chad, Niger, and Mali kicked out the French. Because through the Berlin Conference, the European nations did what's called a scramble for Africa, where they divided the continent for themselves and colonized the African continent and stole the resources for their countries. Well, when these 5 countries kicked out the colonists, they said, we got our own military, we're good. We're now going to use our own country's currencies for trade, backed by the resources. And at the same time, these countries were repatriating their gold back from the Vatican. Why do you think? Remember years ago when they saw planes and planes and planes full of gold coming from the Vatican? People were repatriating their gold that was stolen and their artifacts and their commodities and collectibles. So you got that's going to back up their currencies, the stolen money, and the resources that's in the ground and above the ground. That's why some of these nations built contracts and allies and allegiances with other nations to help me mine my gold. This is why President Trump went to China, secured a great big trade deal. A lot of people don't know that. Once he did that trade deal last year, the 2 largest economies doing a trade deal, the 2 largest economies in the world, that forced all other nations to get on board. Then he also brokered trillions of dollars in trade deals between America and the Middle East. And he actually we got an article where everybody was saying he stole oil from Venezuela. The Venezuelan government said no, he bought oil from Venezuela, and the assets that he paid us with, we're going to use to back up our Venezuelan bolivar. Can't believe mainstream media. So now that they've repatriated their currencies, they're all agreed to trade. They stopped trading with the United States dollar. They are systematically collapsing the United States dollar, the USD, and the Federal Reserve central banking system. And here in America, 45 states have repealed or removed state sales taxes from the sales of precious metals, which now they're freeing up gold and silver to be used as money. That's why King World published an article called, in February 2023, "The World is Hurtling Back Towards Gold as Money." The whole world is doing, even here in America. And when the Supreme Court of the United States overturned the Chevron doctrine, downsizing the government, stripping them from their powers, literally said the United States Incorporated government was unconstitutional and treasonous. Mass arrests are happening right now. Then they came back the following month and said state-sponsored banks can disband from the Federal Reserve. Look up an article, state-sponsored banks disband or can disband from the Federal Reserve. Supreme Court of the United States said they can disband from the Federal Reserve. State-sponsored banks can operate independently from them and have their own charter and issue out their own gold-backed currencies. Even here in America, they're coalescing against the deep state, the United States Incorporated, the fake government, those bloodline families that usurped authority from our lawful government. Everybody, the whole world is coalescing against them. It's a new season. It's a new day. It's a new season. There's a break in their system. They're being frozen and put on ice, and we're being delivered and redeemed and set free. So now you have a whole new reality where their countries have returned their stolen money. They've gotten rid of corruption. They've had regime changes in a lot of countries. Remember during Trump's first administration that people were doing sword dances in the Middle East, the Queen of England ushered him in front of her when he went to inspect the guard, which is a tradition that she usually does. The guard wasn't her guard, it was the United States military on her land. Who had the big funeral where everybody got these envelopes and notifications that they were on notice and that they were going to be arrested and face military tribunals? I can't remember whose funeral that was. Was that Daddy Bush? All of these congressmen, congresswomen, all of them, presidents, got a notice. You could see it in their eyes when they open up the envelope all at once. They had fear in their eyes. So, yes, you're welcome. Oh, you're talking to Sister Shanna. So now they got rid of corruption. They returned their stolen money from all these other nations. They repatriated their precious metals. They're working with other nations to help them mine the resources. They're doing trade deals, and they have an agreement to stop trading with the United States dollar. And their agreement was all the countries' currencies would be 1-to-1 on par with each other. So you have a worldwide global currency reset where the payment system, SWIFT payment system is changing. BRICS has their own payment system connected to, I think we said 165 countries. The African nations said we're going to be one nation, have one payment platform. It's called PAPS, Pan-African Payment System. We'll have one nation, one payment system. This is after the African nations, and one passport. They're kicking out the colonists, which means they have autonomy and sovereignty. So if you've gone into any of these nations that had devalued currencies that were sanctioned through war or just sanctioned because they didn't want to play ball with the United States Incorporated, guess what? During the revaluation, well, somebody gonna push that button. We're experiencing the global currency reset right now. The system is resetting. That's why the banking system is collapsing. That's why the United States dollar is losing its value. That's why countries are kicking out colonists. When the French conquered African nations, kicked France out, France's economy struggled and went down tremendously. So then the government and the people got rid of the whole French financial ministry, all of them. Now y'all let us get kicked out of Burkina Faso, Niger, Senegal, Chad, and Mali, and tell them we can't come back. Now, how we gonna live? We were sucking off the breast of Africa, but it wasn't just Africa. The Americas were also colonized by many nations. But now we are returning to our sovereignty. So if you bought up any of those currencies that have been devalued and you hold on to them, and then when they get reinstated back to their normal value plus revalued, because now we got to take into account all the resources that's backing up these currencies, then you'll be able to, when it's all said and done, go to the wealth management centers, because the banks that remain will be wealth management centers. Most of them will close, the banks. Then the ones that remain will be Basel III compliant, meaning they will have to recognize gold as a tier 1 asset, have gold in their coffers, and have tier 2 assets, which are foreign reserve notes, which are also translated as foreign currencies. Those wealth management centers will aid you in the exchange in your currencies. Now, we weren't supposed to know about this. It was only the so-called elite and people in the military who happened to learn from the higher ups in the military. Talking about presidents, world leaders, CEOs, banking CEOs, corporate leaders, and regular military men and women who just learned from their buddies what to do. They would just, when the country go to war, they would go buy up the currency because it had been devalued the war, wait till after the war, the infrastructure be rebuilt, country be revalued or reinstated back to its pre-war value. They go to the bank, exchange it, and become millionaires overnight. Some of them become multi-million. By the way, there is a very world-renowned billionaire who last summer said the dollar is going to hell. Get foreign currency. I reported on that when it happened in my private group. So as soon as we hear the news right off the press, we talk about it in the private group. So that's what a currency revaluation is. It's when they're reinstating the country's currency back to its pre-war, pre-sanctioned value. Plus, they're assessing the value of the country's currency now that they have access to their own precious metals. See, the overturning of the Chevron Doctrine didn't just eliminate the powers of the United States Incorporated, it also freed up mines on these lands. It freed up people, countries, and their leaders to being able to get access to their own mines and their lands and their countries. It enabled them to do a lot because now you are putting restraints on the United States Incorporated, who was controlled by or headed by the Pope. That's why they made Pope God. Make you, gotta kiss his feet, gotta get confessionals to the Pope. Remember, the United States incorporated itself in 1871 as a nonprofit religious organization. And they had their own constitution called the Constitution of the United States incorporated in Delaware. Not to be confused with our lawful republic, which is our government, and our constitution for our republic. Their Constitution of the United States incorporated. We're the Constitution for the republic. I pledge allegiance to the flag, to the United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, liberty, and justice for all. So that's it, family. I just want to talk about a little briefly what a revaluation, that was longer than brief. I got my eyes closed while I'm talking. What a revaluation is for those people that's checking in, chiming in. I had a few people in the comments saying, I'm new here. And so I just want to catch you up to speed. That's what we're talking about when you're going to hear us talk about RV's revaluations, RI reinstatement, GCR global currency reset. And by the way, if anybody's in a private group and you want access to the different terminology, banking terminology, and a glossary of terms, I'll give it to you when we have a meeting this weekend. We do meet once a week, at least, live in a private group, family, for anybody that want to know. And then I have well over 100 videos in that private group. But I just wanted to bring you up to speed. I love you all so much. Remember, on Tuesday, no, not Tuesday. This is Tuesday. Oh, it was Tuesday. It's Wednesday. On today at 2:00 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, I'm going to have Dr. Naila Gillum, Dr. G, on my podcast to talk about spirituality and wealth. And what I mean by spirituality is just having your emotions in check, your mental capacity in check, or at a certain level, in order to be able to manage wealth or deal with wealth, or even know if they even correlate with one another. And she's going to talk about a whole lot of other things. She is from the official House of Reawakening Minds. Please subscribe to her channel on YouTube. She is a great friend of the Grand Sheikh of the Moors, Sheikh Taj Tariq Bey. They both co-host the House of Reawakening Minds. And by the way, years ago when the Pope released Motu Proprio, the letter he wrote to Obama, Dr. Naila Gillum, Dr. G, who's going to be on my show tomorrow at 2:00 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, she and Grand Sheikh Taj Tariq Bey, the Grand Teacher, they were the first ones that I know of that released that information that the Pope had written a letter to Obama saying we got to all stand down. You go to my YouTube channel and look up Motu Proprio, MOTUPROPRIO. And in that letter, Pope Francis says, it's over for the United States Incorporated, Federal Reserve Central Banking System, every single government agency. We all got to stand down. And if we don't, the Grand Army of the Republic will be formed to take us down. He went on to talk about how it was their policy to use African Americans as chattels to pay off their debt. And then they decided later on to use everybody to pay off their debt. To join a private group, here is that link right here. But Dr. Naila Gillum and Grand Sheikh Bey was the first ones I ever heard of. That's where I heard about it from. And it was very enlightening. And here we are now. That was in 2013, 2014, something like that. Here we are, 2026, and we actually see a grand army of the republic, a grand military taking over. We are under military occupation. That's why Trump sent National Guard out under his first administration during COVID and now. That's why we had curfew, and at some point, you can have a curfew again. They have to make sure the streets are protected and the people are safe. They keep sending messages and clues to let you know that there are sleeper cells out there. Chief Rod Hayes told us that, said, take your children out of school. There's sleeper cells out there where they're setting people off. I'm not telling you what to do. I'm just saying that was the direction that we were given by one of our chiefs. So, family, that's it. I love you so much. Thank you for 600 people being in the chat. Thank you for listening to me just ramble on. I'm very, very tired, but I wanted to express what a revaluation of currencies were. All right. Somebody said, y'all telling me to go to bed. Thank you. Yep. That was Warren Buffett. Warren Buffett said the dollar's going to hell. Thank you, Sister Shay. Show did. He even told one of the currencies he was looking into. I was like, I don't know about that one, but okay. All right, family. I love you. And I will talk to you soon. Good night. See you tomorrow. See you with Dr. G tomorrow, 2:00 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. I might come on in the morning if we find some news. Sheik Jacob Bey may come back sometime this week before the week's out to let us know about the transition in power. He found a lot of stuff, to show us that the system, there's more than a break in the system. The system is collapsing in real time. Thank you, family. Thank you for listening. Thank you for being here. Thank you for your donations. Thank you for your love. Thank you for sharing intel with me and with the chat. And having said that, sweet dreams. I love you. Good night. Good night, Facebook.